Good morning, everyone. Welcome. We will start shortly. We're waiting for our other guest. But in the meantime, we're gonna play safety housing of Asuria.
Dames en heren, welkom in de Asuria Hermitage High-Rise. U bevindt zich nu in het Asuria Event Center. In deze rookvrije ruimte gelden de volgende huisregels. Gelieve uw mobiele telefoon uit te schakelen of in de silent modus te plaatsen. In geval van een calamiteit gelieve gebruik te maken van de grijze exit-nooddeuren aan beide zijden van het Asuria Event Center. Aanwezigen die zich op de eerste etage bevinden, dienen zich via de zijtrappen van het Asuria Event Center naar de begane grond te begeven. Het is niet toegestaan om gebruik te maken van de lift en de roltrap tijdens een calamiteit. In geval van een calamiteit staat het Asuria Event Center team gereed om u te begeleiden. Gelieve de instructies van het team stipt op te volgen. Bedankt voor het respecteren van onze huisregels en wij wensen u een prettige tijd in het Asuria Event Center.
Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We will start in approximately 1 to 2 minutes. So, His Excellency Gregory Rusland, Vice President of the Republic of Suriname, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Melvin Bouva, all other ministers, Speaker of the Parliament of Suriname, members and representatives of private and public organizations, international organizations. Good morning and welcome to the Local Content Conference 2025. From local strength to green growth. I would like to welcome Mr. Orlando Ollenberg to do his opening speech. Give him a warm round of applause.
Good morning, Vice President, His Excellency Mr. Rusland. Good morning, His Excellency Melvin Bouva, and good morning also Head of the House, Speaker of the House, Ashwin Adin, and all other members of Parliament, the private sector, the public sector, the union. I welcome you. This morning is a historic moment, and you would say, why is it a historic moment? because we are used to having conferences, we are used to coming together to talk about different topics. But this morning is historical because it is a time where, when I spoke to the government, they were in it to start making sure that local content is just mere a topic that we talk about, but something to do something about it. The parliament, the unions, the private sector, the international oil companies, our own national company, Staatsolie, and civil society. And just for the mere fact that we have reached the point where we understand that it's not just a one-man show, but it's a togetherness. Just for that point, I want to ask you to give yourself a round of applause this morning, please. Can you give yourself a real round of applause this morning? Thank you very much. Today will be a day not of talking about problems, but thinking about solutions. And the one person that has the solution, that is you. We need to talk with each other in a collaborative way. We need each other. We need the input of every stakeholder to reach the point that we can define what local content is, that we have a clear roadmap and a vision to make sure that the generation that comes after us has something that they can be proud of. So, without further ado, I want to thank everybody, welcome everybody, and I hope and I know that we're going to have a fruitful and pleasant day with each other. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Now I would like to invite His Excellency Gregory Rusland, Vice President of the Republic of Suriname, to do the formal opening of this conference. Give him a round of applause, please.
Distinguished guests, representatives of the government and parliament, members of the private sector, our international partners, representatives of labor and civil society, everybody, good morning. It is a great honor and privilege to address you this morning at the opening of the Local Content Conference 2025, hosted by the Suriname Energy Chamber. This year's conference is held under the theme, Financing the Future, Local Content, Green Growth, and Transparent Procurement. It brings together key partners from across the government, the private sector, and the international community, all united by a shared vision for sustainable and inclusive national development. Today, we gather at a defining moment for our nation, a moment filled with opportunity, responsibility, and unity. The government of Suriname, ladies and gentlemen, fully recognizes the responsibility to ensure that the development of our oil and gas industry directly benefits our people. Our administration is committed to building a strong and inclusive local content framework that turns our national resources into national value, and not only through government revenues, but also by creating sustainable opportunities for Suriname's businesses, workers, and communities. Our vision is clear. The wealth beneath our soil must translate into empowerment, empowering our people, our entrepreneurs, and our future generations. As a former Minister of Natural Resources, I take great pride in seeing the steps Suriname is taking to responsibly harness its energy and natural wealth. Today, in my role as Vice President, it gives me great satisfaction to witness how policy, entrepreneurship, and local expertise are coming together to sustainably finance our nation's future. We are aware of the many opportunities that lie before us. The global energy transition, combined with Suriname's strategic discoveries, places us in a unique position to shape our destiny. Through the Gramorgu project, Block 58, Total Energies has already committed $1.5 billion towards local content development, a powerful signal of confidence in Suriname's potential. Furthermore, the Afrexim Bank has made available a $5 billion facility to support both the public and private sector, allowing us to invest in the skills, infrastructure, and institutional capacity needed to fully participate in this new era. These are not just numbers. They are the building blocks of Suriname's future. They represent real potential. The potential to transform our economy, strengthen our industries, and empower our people to take their rightful place within the global energy value chain. This conference marks a historic milestone. For the first time, the government, National Assembly, the private sector, state oil, international oil companies, global support organizations, and the labor movement are all sitting at the same table, united in one shared purpose: to create a national local content roadmap that will serve as a stepping stone towards economic diversification and sustainable national development. This level of collaboration demonstrates our collective determination to build a Suriname that thrives not only on oil, but on innovation, industry, and inclusive growth. The government of Suriname takes its responsibilities seriously. We are working closely with the private sector to build the structures and systems necessary to support the growth of the transparent and competitive energy industry. We, ladies and gentlemen, are committed to ensuring that Surinamese companies in the value chain are given fair, transparent, and meaningful opportunities to participate. Local content must not remain an abstract concept. It must become a shared national achievement. Today, I wish to make a special call to all sectors of our society: the government institutions, the private enterprises, educational institutions, financial organizations, and labor representatives. Let us join forces. The growth of our energy industry must be responsible, efficient, and inclusive. It must be built on partnership across every level of society. Only through cooperation we can ensure that local content becomes the foundation for a sustainable, diversified, and resilient Surinamese economy. Let me emphasize that this conference is not an end, but a beginning. From this point onward, together with the private sector and all stakeholders, the government will work toward the establishment of a clear local content map, a unified national definition of local content, and a common foundation for Suriname's future in energy, sustainability, and diversification. This will not only guide our actions in the oil and gas industry, but also serve as a blueprint for broader national development. Before I close, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to express my sincere appreciation to the Surinamese Energy Chamber, its president, Mr. Orlando Ollenberg, and the entire organization team for their dedication and vision in making this important conference a reality. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to all distinguished guests, international partners, and participants for your presence, your engagement, and your unwavering commitment to the future of Suriname. Let this day mark the beginning of a new chapter, one in which we move from ideas to action and from potential to progress. Together, we will ensure that our nation's energy resources serve not only the present generation, but also those yet to come. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor that I hereby declare the Local Content Conference 2025 officially open. Thank you very much.
So due to other obligations, the Vice President will have to leave. So we would like to excuse the Vice President. Thank you again. The next speaker is a representative of Afrexim Bank, and he's going to do a keynote address. The topic is Financial Mechanism for Sustainable Local Content Development, Mr. Raymond Ward. Please welcome Mr. Ward. I don't think he's in the audience. Oh, one moment. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. It's going to be online. So we'll have to wait for one moment. So I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Mafrik Buyuku, and I'm going to be your MC for today. The objective of this local content conference is to build a roadmap for local content, for a local content policy for Suriname. As all of you know, local content is very important, and it gives local businesses a platform to participate in the offshore development. And that is something that we as a country, we as the different stakeholders in Suriname still need to work on. And that is actually what we're aiming for as the Suriname Energy Chamber with different partners. Mr. Ward, are you online? 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 I think we're experiencing some technical difficulties. Okay. I think we're going to continue to the next speaker. So the next thing, okay, he's online. We have him. Mr. Ward, can you hear me? Okay, we're going to move to the next part of the program, which is a panel discussion. The topic is how to finance local content and green transition. Oh, apologies. Yes, we have a couple of other speakers. I would like to invite Mr. A representative of Staatsolie Maatschappij Suriname, NV, Mr. Frankel. Okay, he is not he's not here. So the next speaker is from Total Energies. We have Mr. Arthur Nunes de Silva. He is a representative from Total Energies. Can you guys give him a round of applause?
It's okay, yes. Distinguished guests, partners, colleagues, good morning. I'm not very good in mentioning all different stakeholders, but I sincerely wish you a very good morning and I hope a good conference. It's a true pleasure to be here today to open this important dialogue, because I think that is about a dialogue on local development or local content, as you call it. I prefer the development word to the content personally. At a time when the Grand Morgu project is not only progressing steadily, but also delivering its promises. We are now 25% into the project execution, on track to reach 30% by the end of the year, and hopefully, and that's what we work for every day, have 50% progress by end of 2026. Key milestones have already been achieved. All major contracts are signed. The FPSO, that is one of the main infrastructure of these developments, has been delivered in China and is being worked out. The first XMS trees, it means the structures on the seabed, have also been successfully tested, and the pipe fabrication and everything that goes on the wells is under progress. So those are concrete steps, those are tangible assets that have been built. Grand Morgu is not just a project, it's actually a flagship project for Total Energies, for APA, our partner, and Staatsolie, also our partner since last year. And obviously, it's a new dawn of opportunity for Suriname. With over $10 billion in investment plan before first oil and another $5 billion or more beyond that, that is a transformative venture. More than $1 billion, in fact, and up to $1.5 billion, as the Vice President mentioned, will be spent directly in Suriname, generating significant local value. From the moment we took over the operatorship in 2020, we made a bold choice. In fact, we base all our operations and logistics in Suriname as well as our people. And that happened well before first oil. I think that is important for Suriname to realize that that happened unlike other regional developments. We choose to embed ourselves locally from the start, and that decision, I must say, paid off. Thanks to the professionalism, the adaptability, and the commitment of Surinamese entrepreneurs and partners, we have executed our exploration and appraisal campaign with remarkable efficiency and cost. The infrastructure and operations developed here have exceeded our expectations, but I can tell you, they also impressed our global contractors. We have those infrastructures visited by the CEOs of our main contractors, and they all recognize how surprised they were by the good quality of the infrastructure and the people operating it. Since 2020, we have already invested over 150 million, and in fact this year more 15 million. But more importantly, we have discovered the immense potential of Suriname, its people, its talent, and its promise. Today, our teams and the ones of our contractors span the globe, from China to Brazil, Italy, Norway, Malaysia, Spain, and obviously Suriname, all working to deliver this project for Suriname. In Paramaribo alone, our Total Energies team include already 44 Surinamese colleagues out of 80 people. And I'm proud to say that 30 of them are women. So you are the only country where we have more women in the technical field than men. I think it's something to be noted. Our contractors are also ramping up, and at the peak, up to 2,000 people that will be working directly on Grand Morgu in Suriname by 2028. Our studies show that around 6,000 jobs, direct, indirect, and induced, will be created. While our industry is capital intensive, not labor intensive, it is true that the impact lies in the economic spin-off effect it generates, creating, in particular, induced activity. That is why we are fully committed to building a sustainable local content strategy. One that supports economic diversification and resilience. Local content must be balanced. It must create jobs for us without destabilizing other sectors. It must empower local companies without pulling them away from future opportunities in green energy, in agriculture, in services, healthcare, and tourism, for example. The theme of this conference, Financing the Future, Local Content, Green Growth and Partnership, I think captures this balanced vision. Our development must be inclusive, and that was mentioned by the Vice President. It must be sustainable, it was also said, and it must be transparent. And I did not write it now, so it means that we are somehow aligned with the government objectives. Surinamese businesses create value-adding jobs, and most importantly, it must share prosperity across all communities and sectors of the economy. Within the next decade, oil and gas will significantly contribute to Suriname's GDP growth, but success won't be only measured by barrels and dollars. It will be measured in lives improved, opportunities created, and future secured. Our vision is clear: to support Suriname's energy sector development while fostering a diversified, resilient economy. That means investing in education, skills development that are necessary for us, but also that can be used in other sectors. Supporting local entrepreneurs so they are more solid to all the opportunities that we'll be raising. And ensuring, of course, transparent procurement that builds trust and accountability. Because economic prosperity, environmental integrity, and social equity are not just good for Suriname. They are good for our business. They are good for the sustainability of our business. And our business is a long-term business that requires so. So, let's work together, indeed, government, private sector, industry, international actors, financial institutions, and civil society, to lay the foundation for resilient, inclusive, and sustainable local content in Suriname. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very good conference.
Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause. We have a keynote speech now on the program that will be done by a representative of the Afrexim Bank, Financial Mechanism for Sustainable Local Content Development. Is he online? Okay. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. His Excellency, Honorable Gregory Roseland, the Vice President of the Republic of Suriname, Honorable Ministers and government officials present, special guests, ladies and gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pride and honor that I address you today at this very important occasion of the Local Content Conference organized by the Suriname Energy Chambers. First, let me bring you greetings from Professor Benedict Orama, who is the outgoing president and chairman of board of Afrexim Bank, as well as Dr. George Elombi, the incoming president and chairman of the board, on whose authority I stand to address you today. I just wish to highlight that this week is a very important one for the bank as we are observing the activities marking the transition of power from the outgoing president to the incoming president. And this expectedly explains why I am unable to attend physically to address you at this important event, but nonetheless, recognizing the importance of this event, we have decided to do so virtually. And we thank the organizers for giving us the opportunity to address this very important gathering. At Afrexim Bank has over 3 decades of operation, mostly in Africa, and the Caribbean office of the bank was opened in August 2023 with the sole task of facilitating and promoting Africa-Caribbean collaboration. I'm happy to announce that within just 2 years of operation, we have over 700 million of approved credit and a pipeline of deals worth over $2 billion that we are considering. And this includes the commitment of over 500 million US dollars for the financing under the 1.7 billion financing required by Starsoli to finance their participation in the first offshore operation in the country. Currently, we also have 13 out of the 15 CARICOM member states, and we're happy that Suriname was one of the first countries to sign up to the member countries, to be a member country in the region. Hence, our willingness and availability to provide a suite of programs and facilities that the bank has to support the key sectors, including the private sector of Suriname, to help them assume the pride of place that they are supposed to have in the country. Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we gather at a pivotal moment for Suriname, a moment defined not just by the promise of oil and gas, but also by the opportunity to convert that promise into sustainable, inclusive economic growth for all Surinamese. At Afrexim Bank, we firmly believe that the natural resource wealth must translate to national wealth, not merely for a few, but for the whole community, for the local enterprises, as well as for the future generation. That is why we are committed to being a long-term financial partner to Suriname energy sector, including the small and medium-scale enterprises, and to the country local content agenda. Just a few months ago, during the Suriname Energy, Oil and Gas Summit here in Paramaribo, the Executive Vice President of Afreximbank, Mrs. Kanaya Awane, announced on behalf of the management of the bank that the bank will collaborate with the government of Suriname to establish a $5 billion facility for the local content players, and also to provide advisory services to match this financing. The facility will, among other things, help the country to prepare for the expected surge in economic activities that will ensue as a result of the oil and gas related activities in the country. It will also support investment in the development of critical infrastructure, build local content capacity, and provide technical assistance to emerging businesses in the oil and gas value chain, support formulation of relevant enabling laws that will allow Suriname private sectors to play a significant role in the provision of essential services to the major oil companies. It will also support twinning opportunities arrangement between Surinamese and African companies to ensure that exchange of knowledge and offtake arrangements are facilitated, as well as to support local companies seeking alliance and partnership with African companies. And of course, it's important to highlight that sometimes there's no need to reinvent the wheel. With the experience gathered by major African countries who have advanced oil and gas capabilities, including Nigeria, Angola, Congo, and the rest, where Afreximbank has played significant role in ensuring that the national wealth is retained significantly by the nationals. It makes sense that also we facilitate and ensure that Surinamese private sector players, government officials are able to be linked with those who are happy to share experiences and also help build a robust economy that will sustain this oil and gas sector that is booming at the moment. The energy transition and the growth of offshore development presents enormous opportunities. But let's not forget that it comes with it some real risk that is worth considering. Of course, the risk is that without deliberate investment in local content capacity, as well as local supply chain framework and other institutional frameworks, the benefit of this growth will be captured externally rather than domestically. The opportunity is that with the right financing, training, policy framework, and partnerships, Suriname will build a value chain that is locally anchored, globally competitive, and environmentally sustainable. Today, our message is clear. Afreximbank is ready to implement this program to the fullest through mobilizing capital and providing structural advisory support so that Surinamese local firms, workforce, and institutions are not just bystanders in this energy boom, but they are also and should be active participants, contributors, and eventual leaders. We want to see Surinamese engineers, Surinamese fabricators, Surinamese service companies, and Surinamese innovators at the core of the energy value chain. But capital alone is not enough. It must be paired with some capacity activities, including instituting some strong governance transparency, building a strong procurement policy, skills development framework, and of course, commitment to the local content legislation that is both robust and flexible. We look forward to working hand in hand with the government of Suriname, local industries, local players, those in the tourism sector who are also going to provide capacity in that regard, those in the infrastructure development side of things, the general private sector and SMEs, as well as the Suriname Energy Chamber, to build this anchor of value for the locals. In closing, let me emphasize that this is not simply a boom in hydrocarbon. It is an opportunity for a structural transformation. The question is not whether growth will come, but the question is, who will it benefit? Let us ensure that Suriname benefits now and for the generations to come. I thank you for your kind attention and look forward to a fruitful engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Okichuku from the Afrexim Bank. The next speaker is going to be the Speaker of the National Assembly, Mr. Ashwin Adin. Can you give him a warm applause?
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, a very good morning. It is a great honor to address you today at this Local Content Conference 2025, a gathering that does precisely what our nation needs at the moment, bringing people and insights together. The theme, Finance and the Future, Local Content, Green Growth and Partnerships, speaks directly to our shared mission to transform the wealth benefit our soil into prosperity for our people, to link economic growth with environmental protection, and to shape development upon the foundation of social justice in the sense of social investment and broad social welfare. The moment Mr. Ollenberg approached me, I told him this is brilliant. We will fully support this National Assembly, and I think our experts are in the room right now to help you with all the legislation we need for this endeavor. Today we speak not only about the future of our economy, but also about the generations to come, the heirs of the choices we make today. We have our share of economic volatility. We have had our crises. You see, when I came, this speech was in Dutch. And I thought to myself, what now? Everybody's talking in English. That is exemplary of the problem that we face. Volatility. So I put it in my own custom-made GPT, translated it. My protocol just printed the English version in 2 minutes. Because the custom has all my styles, all my style of speaking of my previous speeches, and it just made for me the English version. That is exemplary of the volatility we are talking about of the economy. We've lost bauxite. Our expert is sitting right there, Mr. Elias. But we had to overcome. And if we can build our own custom GDP, our own resilience, we don't have to make all these crises come again and again and be at the mercy of all this. Structural reform, and as Speaker of the National Assembly, I regard this conference as important, just like I said, on our path towards structural reform. The future of Suriname demands a broader economic base. We must strengthen our productive sectors, develop agriculture, tourism, and provide small and medium enterprises the opportunity to grow alongside the energy and the mining industry. Therefore, the National Assembly will advocate policy continuity through a national productivity and diversification plan that we expect from the government. And of course, it can be put in the annual plan from the state in 2026. You can put it in the National Development Plan, the multi-year, 5-year development plan that is for 2027, 2020, 2031. That has to be developed next year. You can put that in. But we expect the government to come with a national productivity and diversification plan, ensuring that the economic diversification becomes not merely a policy ambition, but a permanent part of the national legally defined development framework. Following this conference, with so many key stakeholders gathered, I intend to initiate the establishment of a parliamentary forum on economic transition. That will be a permanent platform where Parliament, entrepreneurs, government, and academic community collaborate in preparation for the forthcoming legislation on the oil and gas, local content, energy governance, and economic diversification, ensuring that knowledge and policy are systematically aligned. You've gathered everybody so nicely today, so it is just a formality for me to say I will make a parliamentary forum so that all these stakeholders can work through with our experts for the legislation to come. In her state address of 30 September 2025, our President, Her Excellency Jennifer Geerling-Simons, emphasized that local content legislation is among the core laws being prepared. She announced that in 2026, the National Local Content Program will be launched, aimed at local participation, knowledge transfer, and the sustainable integration of the energy sector into our national economy. The National Assembly fully supports this course. We will actively contribute to a local content legislation roadmap, Mr. Algo, to ensure that the benefits of the energy sector truly reach the people of Suriname, our workers, our entrepreneurs, and our academic institutions. That is our duty as representatives of the people. Yes, local content is a core instrument, but it is also a promise. A promise that whenever exploration, construction, or production takes place in Suriname, the rewards must be shared with the people of Suriname. We strive for legislation that fulfills that promise. A local content law that sets clear obligations for companies to involve Surinamese workers and enterprises with defined standards, contractual duties, and effective enforcement. In doing so, we will modernize the 1986 mining decree and embed local content firmly within our legal system. The National Assembly considers it essential that all relevant legislation, and I hope the Minister of Foreign Affairs sitting here today, be embedded with the National Local Content Program 2026 that the government will launch in 2026. It is expected that this program will focus on training, retraining, and certification of Surinamese professionals, and that in collaboration with educational institutions such as the Surinamese National Training Authority and the private sector, it will work towards knowledge, skills, and entrepreneurship. In this way, the next generation will not only be prepared to enter the energy sector, but the productive capacity of our entire economy will be strengthened. The establishment of a regional hubs in Nikeri, Kwamawena, Brokopondo is indeed necessary to ensure that growth and employment are distributed throughout the entire country. Providing fiscal incentives, investment funds, and simplified procedures will further strengthen the position of our local enterprises and lower the barriers of participation. Supervision in the field of health, safety, environment, and quality, how do you call it? HSEQ, will play a key role. Sustainable development requires growth that is safe, environmentally responsible, and people-centered. That is the only kind of growth that truly has a future. Other countries have walked this path before, of course, we know. Nigeria, Angola demonstrated that local content becomes effective only when supervision is strong and compliance is transparent. Suriname must therefore develop her own model that is realistic, just, and enforceable. Ladies and gentlemen, local content embodies what our Constitution, Article 6, says. It is enshrined in our Constitution, the pursuit of a sustainable environment and a sustainable economy that guarantees social justice and the well-being of our people. As Speaker of the National Assembly, I will, with conviction and responsibility, oversee the realization of this law and other legislation. I will ensure that the economic progress goes hand in hand with environmental protection, that foreign investment aligns with domestic empowerment, and that every development contributes to the welfare of the Surinamese people. Let this conference mark the beginning of a new phase of partnership and trust, a phase in which policy, parliament, and the private sector together build a Suriname that does not wait for opportunity, but creates it. Let me compliment Mr. Ollenberg, the Energy Authority, the Energy Chamber, Afreximbank, and the government of Suriname for organizing this conference, a conference that will surely prove to be a historic step. Let us finance the future not with our resources alone, but with our shared responsibility for the generations yet to come, because they are the heirs of our choices today. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Let's give him a round of applause, Mr. Melvin Botha. I think it was a little bit too weak. Give him a very, very good round of applause.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I like to acknowledge the Speaker of the National Assembly, Mr. Ashwin Adin, Mr. Orlando Ollenberg, the President of the Suriname Energy Chamber, the representatives of the Afreximbank, the members of the Diplomatic Corps present, distinguished colleagues, development partners, leaders of the Surinamese private sector, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And it is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Business and Cooperation. It is both an honor and a privilege to address you today at this important forum. Please allow me to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers, Mr. Ollenberg, and team for convening this timely dialogue and for affording me the opportunity to participate in what is undeniably a pivotal conversation concerning local content and the advancement of sustainable development opportunities. We gather at a moment of considerable significance, not only for the Republic of Suriname, but also for all stakeholders invested in inclusive and forward-looking economic transformation. Exploration and production activities accelerate in Suriname's offshore basin, and we heard some developments from the representative of Total. We are reminded that such milestones are not ends in themselves, but as part of a broader vision of inclusive, sustainable, and national progress. Yet, even as we acknowledge the strategic importance of our energy potential, it is imperative that we situate this development within the context of Suriname's broader long-term economic diversification strategy. This national vision, also embodied by the President herself at the 1 October statement, this vision is deliberately shows us a wide spectrum of sectors, including but not limited to mining, minerals, agribusiness, fisheries, tourism, digital services, ICT, renewable energy, logistics, and value-added processing linked to regional and global trade. Each of these sectors contributes meaningfully to the expansion of employment, enterprises, and innovation across the country. And as these sectors advance, so too does the relevance of urgency of cultivating robust, inclusive, and measurable local content outcomes. Local content, in this context, should not be viewed as a conceptual aspiration, but rather as a practical imperative. It represents the process by which investments are translated into durable, broad-based socio-economic benefits through workforce development, the strengthening of domestic enterprises, and the fostering of resilient supply chains to endure well beyond the lifespan of individual projects. To achieve this, we must collectively, also at this forum, address a series of strategic questions. What specific technical and vocational competencies are urgently required? Which local suppliers are prepared to meet the quality, safety, and compliance benchmark demanded for this industry? How can education, accreditation, and certification systems be aligned more effectively with evolving market needs? And how can we ensure that environmental and social safeguards are fully integrated into the development process, thereby fostering trust and confidence among citizens and communities? From the perspective of my ministry, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Business and Cooperation, the role of the government is to help establish an enabling environment for these critical discussions unfold. This includes facilitating open and sustained dialogue among investors, technical institutions, regulatory bodies, and local enterprises. Equally essential is the promotion of knowledge sharing and targeted technical assistance, particularly where such cooperation contributes to capacity building and institutional strengthening. All above in line with furthermore investing in the economic diplomacy, while through international relations, we also aim to enhance foreign direct investment in Suriname. It must be emphasized that the operational responsibilities, whether in supplier development, accreditation, or harmonization of technical standards, rightfully reside with industry actors, professional institutions, and development partners. Government and diplomatic actors, however, play a convening and coordinating role in fostering alignment across these efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, as we engage in the proceedings of this forum, let us be particularly focused on at least three core dimensions. One, evidence-based demonstrations of local enterprise capacity to meet and to maintain sector-specific technical and safety standards. Let us also look at the clarity, precision around the skills and qualifications that training institutions and employers must prioritize to address the actual market needs, and also credible and transparent environmental and social safeguards that inspire public trust and demonstrate accountability to communities and stakeholders alike. The recent financial investment decision, FID, for the offshore development marks not just a milestone for Suriname, but a new chapter for the entire region, also in relation to the countries in the region and beyond. Economic diplomacy will be one of the main drivers of Suriname foreign policy, precisely to translate macroeconomic developments into endless opportunities for its private sector and other stakeholders. But let me be clear from the outset. For Suriname, it is not solely an energy story, it is a catalyst for a much broader and more profound ambition: the complete and deliberate transformation of our economy into one that is sustainable, inclusive, and resilient. However, the realization of this potential depends on active partnership between the government and business, and also with our international partners, especially you, the private sector, both domestic and foreign, is central to this vision. It is through entrepreneurship, innovation, and investment that opportunities are translated into sustainable growth and employment. In this regard, Suriname is committed to providing an enabling environment for business to thrive. The government has embarked on reforms, indeed, Mr. Speaker, to improve the investment climate by legislation, strengthen institutions, enhance transparency, and facilitate trade and business. We are working to modernize our legal frameworks, and just yesterday I've launched the working group, and I see the CEO of CETA and also Mr. Bilkerdijk in the working group to work towards the revision of our Investment Act and the law for the establishment of CETA, let's say the strengthening of CETA as investment, we say not only promotion, but investment facilitating body. So we are working, and Mr. Speaker, when the legislation comes, we hope that it goes through Parliament very easily, because that is coming. We were also discussing, indeed, 3 or 4 other bills that are in process at the Ministry of Economic Affairs, etc. So work is being done, and we look forward to engage with you to get all of this through, to set a good legal framework, but also to streamline investment procedures and open new avenues for public-private partnerships. I, in this regard, urge, therefore, all stakeholders to consider, also at this seminar or this gathering, to prioritize pragmatic, measurable, and pilot-scale initiatives. These could include focused supply chain assessments, the creation of joint training programs for high-demand roles, and other sector-specific compliance benchmarking. For those seeking further engagement and technical information, I also encourage you to connect with us, to connect with the Suriname Investment and Trade Agency of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Business, whose representatives are also present here today, and ready to support to continued dialogue and collaboration with the private sector. In closing, let me reaffirm our commitment as Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Business to contribute also with you in the process of enabling a business and investment-friendly environment. But let us also reaffirm, ladies and gentlemen, that the true measure of success not only lies in the size of the investment or in the speed of execution, but in the depth of our commitment to people centered development, in transparency, and responsible stewardship of our natural resources. I once again commend the Energy Chamber and all partnering institutions for convening this vital platform for exchange. And I really look forward to the conversations ahead, as well as our collective efforts in shaping a future for local content, green growth, and strategic partnerships. I therefore wish you all a very productive and fruitful gathering, and look forward to work with you. Thank you, and as we say in Suriname, Kanantang.
So the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Business is going to have to leave due to other obligations. But thank you again, Minister. Next on the program is a video message by Mr. Patrick Brunings, the Minister of Oil, Gas and Environment. In the meantime, I would like to invite the members of the panel, Mr. Brian Aleno, Mr. Robert Grant, and Mr. Rudolph Elias to go to the back to get their headset for the panel discussion that's going to be after this part.
Good morning, distinguished guests. My name is Patrick Brunings. I'm the Minister of Oil, Gas and Environment. Thank you for participating. Unfortunately, I cannot be there, but I thought it was important to give a brief statement via a video. Local content is a complex matter that requires a national approach. Our strategy is to find out where we want to be as a country in 2050 in terms of green energies, green industries, but also the role that oil and gas plays in this. Once we have determined that, we can also determine and calculate which skills are needed, when, and how many. This will give us a guidance how to set up a local content strategy. Your input is extremely important for that session that we will have early next year with all stakeholders. So please join us and participate to the fullest. The success of this event will be very important in the future of determining our local content strategy. Thank you.
So next on the program is a panel discussion. The topic is how to finance local content and the green transition, and the panel will explore the innovative financing models, investment strategies, and the role of financial institutions in supporting local business in the energy sector. I would like to invite Mr. Brian Aleno, who is the Managing Director of the Republic Bank, to the stage. Let's give him a round of applause. Mr. Robert Grant, who is the Managing Director of Coin Advisors. and Rudolf Elias, who is the chair of Staatsolie Supervisory Board. The moderator for this session is Mr. Dave Abeleven. Let's give him a round of applause from Abeleven Consultancy.
So please, I'll be. Yes, Mr. Elias is coming. Thank you.
So before we start this session, I would like to announce that the Chair of Parliament will have to leave to other obligations. But thank you for your contribution and thank you for your support. Let's give him a round of applause.
Yes, thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will be having our first panel discussion with these distinguished gentlemen. No women yet, so we have to do something about that in the near future. So as Mr. Arturo mentioned, that in the technical side in Suriname, there are more women than men, so probably we need to do some more on this side when we're talking about finance. So our panel discussion will be about financing and specifically exploring innovative financing models, investment strategies, and the role of financial institutions in supporting local businesses in Suriname's energy sector, but also in other sectors such as the green transition. Before we start off with our panel discussions with the content, I just want to give all of you just an opportunity briefly to introduce yourself, and then we can start. Maybe I can start with the far right on my side, Mr. Elias, please.
Yes, I'm Rudolf Elias. A lot of people from Suriname will know me as the ex-CEO of Staatsolie. I see that I am the chair of Staatsolie Supervisory Board. Not yet. I've not been appointed yet, but I am the chair of Staatsolie to be. I am very involved in, of course, local content. I have my very specific ways of thinking about that. And I studied a lot about that already when I was the CEO of Staatsolie, because Suriname is such a small economy. And I looked at how other countries did it in the world. And I said, let us learn from those mistakes. So I'm very pleased that I can assist in a panel discussion. I will not talk a lot about financing, even though it's very important, of course, for local content, but I will elaborate a lot more of the way that I see how we should develop local content in order for it also to become something that will go not only to a very small percentage of our Suriname's population, but especially to the poor.
Yes, thank you. Yes, please, Mr. Grant.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm Robert Grant. I represent an investment bank that's focused on the emerging markets and in financing infrastructure projects. I think that this opportunity is really quite special because there is an opportunity for us to make sure we don't make the mistakes of others. And my role is to really try to understand how we can structure financing products for Suriname, because not all countries have the same requirements. So this has to be a bit unique here. So I think that the real challenge here, and the real
Sorry,
opportunity-
Mr. Again, I think your mic is a little bit too high. Is that better?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is that better?
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. So I think the opportunity is quite significant because we stand on the precipice of greatness in making sure that we are able to structure a local content financing and business opportunity that really does support the oil companies in terms of the longevity and the structure of those financing products. So I think that's really what I see as the opportunity. And I do believe that there is no shortage of financing products available. It's a matter of how you structure around them. So I think that's how I see it.
Thank you. Mr. Allen.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Brian Alleyne, Managing Director of Republic Bank Suriname, part of the wider Republic Financial Holdings Group. We're actually throughout the Caribbean, in Guyana, Trinidad, Ghana as well. Just kind of touching on the oil-rich jurisdictions that we operate in. Group-wide, we have upwards of $700 million in facilities to the oil and gas industry. Certainly very excited about what is to come in Suriname. And we do believe that local content is actually critical to the overall development of an economy. And we also think that a stable, experienced financial partner in local content is also critical. And we're hopeful that we can play that role in the Suriname economy.
Thank you very much. Well, we will start with our panel discussion now, and of course we will also give the opportunity, we have to be mindful of time, to the audience for some questions. We will see how that goes, but we are already, I think, a little behind schedule, but we will try to manage that as best as possible. So, talking about this topic, we will explore a number of, topics regarding financing, but also local content development in general. We will be looking at the diagnosing the challenge, but also exploring innovative and green financing, but as well also the role regarding the institutions and what is needed when we're talking about policy and regulations. Maybe I can start off with Mr. Rudolf Elias. Listening to the speeches that we had just now, we have noticed that a lot has been said about having a roadmap, having a clear strategy moving forward. Mr. Elias, do you think we will achieve anything if we don't have that roadmap?
Thank you very much for that question. Yes. I mean, I have to go back 9 years ago when we started all this heavy exploration in oil in Suriname, and I said, you know, most probably the chances that we will hit oil are very big. So we have to start preparing ourselves for this thing that is happening to us already at the moment. As you heard Arthur saying a lot about what Total is already doing. And Staatsolie, of course, prepared themselves very well for the first discovery. We never thought that we would have 9 discoveries, and that may be very clear. We thought maybe 1 or 2 discoveries, you know, and maybe 1 development would be there. But now if we look at the horizon, we already see 2 or 3 developments coming after the development of GranMorgu. So what we have in our mind and what we see happening at the moment is already will be multiplied by 3 or 4. And we are such a small economy. I saw that the business society started preparing. You felt it also, and Staatsolie also felt that with a lot of questions and with a lot of actions that we had to take. But the government somehow never picked it up. While for the government the most important thing is to make a policy, to make a roadmap, to make a plan of how we will circumvent or how we will not fall into what I call the oil curse. And if I look around, you know, and we have people here also, I saw them from the African Bank, but I can also call Venezuela as an example. But even better, Guyana. You see how slowly but surely Guyana is falling into the trap of the oil curse. And Suriname's economy is a lot smaller than the economy of Guyana. So if we don't plan well, you know, then this whole thing of oil will only be more a curse than a blessing. So we have to start planning. And based on that plan, we can talk about local content. Because if you talk about local content in isolation, it will not happen the way that we want it to happen. So first the plan. And I was very pleased when I saw the interview that the president gave with Newsweek, because in there she also said, look, if we really want to get the wealth to everybody and we want to spread it equal, we have to start making a plan. But local content is not something that we should see in isolation. I mean, this is the most important thing. I'm not worried that, or maybe I am worried, that Total will take maybe 4,000 or 5,000 of our working people, but 4,000 or 5,000 of our working people is a lot. And most probably they will take the good ones. So in my view, a local content law would be a lot more like, be careful, don't take too much of our good people from our finance society, out of Staatsolie or one of the other companies. But let's start developing agriculture, tourism, I don't know, that's part of the road plan, but let's start to strengthen other sectors and try to get the other sectors growing with the oil development that we get, and try to protect the other sectors a lot more and try to grow the other sectors and not the other way around, if you understand what I mean. So I'm not worried that the oil companies that will come in will not use local content, because local content is always the best, it is the cheapest, it is the best thing to do. And it is good for the country. But don't let them do it too much. Don't let us disregard the other sectors, because the other sectors is what will be in the long term the growth for our country. It is the other sectors that has to grow, so it is the other sectors that we have to protect. And this is more or less the Norway system. That is why I'm looking at it that way. Because I looked at how Norway did it and I said, what can we learn from other countries? We can also learn, of course, what they did wrong, but we can also learn from what they did right. And how can we adapt that to something that worked for Suriname? I know that I talk a lot, but I think it is important for the people to understand the way that I think, because I will push this a lot also in the coming 3 years in my new function. Thank you.
Yes, I know that you're very passionate about this. Mr. Grant, maybe listen to what Mr. Ilyas mentioned. Certainly when it comes to local content, and if we look globally, I know that financing is mostly your specialty. We see that access to finance is often cited as a major hurdle for local companies, for local content development, especially SMEs, trying to enter new capital-intensive sectors like energy or even other sectors. Based on your experience, what specific aspect of this financing challenge in your mind is most pressing when it comes to Surinamese businesses aiming for participating as part of the local content development?
Thank you for that question. I think that it's important to understand that there has to be a recognition that there is no shortage of financing available. It's a shortage of bankable business projects. So the key is to make sure that whatever you're doing, it doesn't matter where you are in the value chain, you have to ensure that you develop a bankable business project, because The reality is that most of the financing will probably not come from Suriname. It will come from external parties. There's a lot of financing available. Afrexim talked about what they do, but that's only one part of the financing stack that we need to look at. So for example, we need to look at the export credit agencies, the development finance agencies, the multilateral agencies, because they all provide financing for different parts of the value chain. So the real challenge is ensuring that you have a bankable business case that can really scale the requirements of those agencies. That is always the gating issue. Part of our role is to make sure that we can help those companies to develop those bankable business cases. And a lot of times it starts with not having sufficient equity in those businesses. So a lot of times the sponsors don't have the equity, but we can help them to bring equity into the business if they're willing to have a sharing ratio, have other people come into the business. So it's really just about ensuring that we have a bankable business case and have sufficient equity and a trajectory that really suggests that you're here for the long term. Because Total will be here for the next 50 or 60 or 70 years. So if you're going to finance around that, you need to make sure that your business model supports them. So it's really about having a bankable business case. That's the challenge. And as I said, there is no shortage of financing. It's just a shortage of a properly structured business case. And that sounds simple, but a lot of sponsors don't really understand that you must meet those requirements of Republic Bank or any of the agencies to get that financing. So I think that's really the challenge we'll find. But I think short of that, this is a great opportunity for new sponsors and new financiers to come into this space. So yeah, I think that's the challenge.
Yes. So going over to Mr. Alain from the Republic Bank and adding to what Mr. Grant just mentioned, he also referred to you, but from a local commercial bank's viewpoint, in your case, how does the risk assessment for Surinamese SME, because we're talking about bankable projects, and of course with that comes a lot of risks. And for a local commercial bank like the Republic Bank, how does that risk assessment for a Surinamese SME seeking funds for local content development within the energy sector or even other sectors differ from lending from other substantial established sectors? Because we see that, of course, in Suriname, oil and gas is coming up. Everything around that is already, people are talking about. What about the other related sectors? Those are being focused on. I know there are a lot of established sectors, but what makes these new areas particularly challenging to finance domestically?
Yeah, it's a long question, but a good one. And I think Robert touched on one of the main things, which is really a bankable business case. And, that's something we take for granted. What we see a lot in the bank is, people come and they'd like to borrow X amount, but there's no information behind the request, right? And very basic information sometimes is missing. And I think going back to what Rudolph said initially when he was speaking as well, is, it's not only about the oil and gas sector, right? You're going to have the spin-offs. You'll have tourism, you'll have food, you'll have accommodation, transport, etc. That really, if it's planned out properly, there'll be a lot of opportunity. So we could talk about banks financing and providing finance for local content, but it goes actually beyond the oil and gas industry itself. If we look at it on a fundamental, basic level, generally banks assess lending the same way. They look at what you bring to the table, be it expertise, be it actual equity, what you have to put into the transaction. They also look at what you're providing as collateral. What we generally find in the oil and gas industry is that the collateral is very specialized. If you're going to hang your hat on, let's say, a contract from Total or maybe another multinational, also the terms and conditions underlying that contract becomes very important as well. What we've seen in other areas, other jurisdictions, is that, the cash flow tends to move, in line with what the oil price is at one point, right? So you find, things may be good this year, but next year the price drops, there's a slowdown in activity that impacts the business that's, solely reliant on these flows. And what you find as well, depending on the part of the industry you're operating in, if you be talking about the oil and gas industry, it's the value of the collateral and the underlying assets also move in line with the price of oil, right? Sometimes negatively. So, and that's one of the challenges we kind of face. So really, I think all banks are open to evaluating any opportunities. But again, it comes down to a few basic elements of credit, lending money. So you're looking at the cash flow, you're looking at the collateral, you're looking at the individual capabilities and character, and those are the three fundamental aspects of any loan transaction, be it, SMEs, large-scale borrowers, or so forth. One of the benefits that SMEs do have is they're small, they're supposed to be agile, they're flexible. Right? The disadvantage SMEs tend to have is sometimes they don't have the framework, processes, operational things in place that allow them to approach the bank in a coordinated, structured fashion to actually access financing. And if I had to pinpoint one thing that the SMEs need to work on to better position themselves to access financing from the banks, would really be the information. Right, and the business case as Robert referenced.
Rudolph, listening to these gentlemen, we hear an underlying concern, and it's about, mostly about the capacity, actually, to sum it up like that, regarding our own SMEs. The things that we need to have in place in order to present bankable projects, and to also be able to present collateral, etc. Looking at the roadmap, what you were talking about, what do you think that the roadmap should focus on when we hear about this concern?
Yeah, I think it is, the roadmap is something completely different because that should look at the broader part. But what they are saying is also very important, and it is part of what I call a local content policy or a local content law. I think that we first should have a good local content policy in which, and then again, I am not afraid of the oil companies that are coming in, but especially of these companies that will come in to do the secondary spin-offs of the oil boom. Like the contractors that will come in, the developers that will come in. I think that it is extremely important that, because local companies will not be able to cope with the finance and with the amount of organization to do that. So in a local content policy or in a local content law, it is very important that the companies that are coming in will only be able to do these contracts when they take along a local company, and they just not should take a local company along like they do in Guyana, but they should take a local company along and assist them in the finance, assist them in because you need equity before you get the loan, assist them in the equity, assist them in the organization, and develop them, so slowly but surely they are becoming the companies that will be able to do that on their own. And to make up a law or a policy like that, it's very complicated, but it is necessary and it should be part of that roadmap. Because first we want to know where we want to grow and where we don't want to grow, and how fast we want to grow. Because speed of growth also has something to do with the amount of immigrants that are coming in. If you want to grow as fast as Qatar, you will have 600,000 Surinamese and 8 million immigrants. Because that's what Qatar is all about. But what do we want? So how fast do we want to grow, and what do we want with our local companies? what kind of immigrants do we want in order to sustain that kind of speed? Because you don't want to have illegal immigrants to do the work, what is again happening in Guyana and what is happening in a lot of other countries. So that is why the roadmap is important. Because if you know what you want to do, then now you can develop the local content strategies in order for the companies to come in, to assist our local companies in order to get the equity, in order to get the loans, in order to develop, in order to have a local development. Because a local development just like that, or a local content law in isolation, if it is not based on a plan, will not work. That is guaranteed.
Yes. Mr. Grant, from your point of view, internationally looking in, your international experience, Rudolph talked about indeed a very important topic regarding policy, regulatory developments in order to, as part of the roadmap, in order to get that local content, all the things that we were talking about, have that established. From an investment and an industry perspective, what in your view are the top policy and regulatory reforms the government should implement to significantly help the lending, the financing, and investment regarding local Surinamese companies?
Thank you for that. I think that what most investors look at is the regulatory infrastructure, the regulatory framework, because that is really what's going to underpin whatever is done by Brian and anybody else. So the regulation has to be properly structured. The jurisdiction in terms of how the arbitration language is structured in these transactions is also very important. But also, there has to be a framework to support the SMEs, support the smaller businesses that require financing. So really, if I had to really put my thumb on it, it really has to be about the regulatory regime and the ability to enforce contracts. That's what people look for in terms of looking for investments. And having a good program to support the SMEs. So just take your point. One of the things that it's been recognized by a lot of international lenders is how do we come in and provide support for the small SMEs? And a lot of times they provide banks such as Republic with facilities or structures to help to de-risk those facilities for the banks. So that has to be explored to make sure that there are those products that can help to support these SMEs. And again, the key thing is that a lot of them don't have the equity, a lot of them don't have the infrastructure around them. So a lot of these, like IFC offers those kinds of products and structures around that. So I think those are the three things that really have to be put in place to ensure that you catalyze investment. And most importantly, catalyze FDI, because it's really an FDI story. So you need to make sure that investors from across the universe respect the fact that there's respect for rule of law, there's regulation, and the ecosystem supports businesses. So those are the three key things I think are important.
Thank you. Mr. Elena, the same question, but now from your experience, having been here for some time, from your local point of view as a Republic Bank operating in the Surinamese context.
Yeah, Robert touched on what I consider to be critical items. One thing he didn't highlight, which he did kind of mention, was really capital flows as well, right? And the freedom of capital flows. Any restriction when it comes to movement of money in and out is going to be problematic for the development of the economy and by extension the SMEs, right? I think, we can't get around that. The legal and regulatory framework is also critical. It needs to be transparent, it needs to be equitable and equitably applied, and it needs to be quick, right? Particularly when we're talking about foreign direct investments and people bringing in funds. As far as it goes locally, based on, my experience here over the last 3 years, you know, the lending landscape is a lot different from what you'd experience in other areas, or other countries, I should say, particularly those that are higher along the development index. You know, and it takes a certain amount of local knowledge and flexibility and approach to really be able to assist, you know, SMEs locally. What we found is a significant hesitance on the part of SMEs to really operate within the legitimate system, if you want to call it that, you know, the banking system where they deposit all of their flows and so forth, which makes it even more difficult to assess, you know, whether they have the ability to repay. I think what's going to come, you know, in the next couple of years and what we should expect to see is a lot of opportunities for small businesses to actually grow and scale up rapidly with, you know, discipline and intent. You know, really it's getting the SMEs comfortable with changing the way they approach certain aspects of their business, particularly when it comes to finance, so that they can access the capital that exists in Suriname. You know, because I was trying to do a quick calculation, and, you know, if I look across the 4 major banks in Suriname, I mean, combined, they could lend probably between $40 and $50 million to one company. So there's, as far as it stands now, no shortage of capital, you know, to fund the growth that I see, certainly, you know, over the next year or two. You know, is really getting all the businesses to be able to tap in. You know, if you kind of look across the landscape of borrowers, you'll find a bulk of the borrowing is actually concentrated between, you know, 20, maybe 30% of the businesses locally. You know, so that kind of limits the growth of the SMEs. You know, what no one has kind of touched on that I've heard yet is really the support that the administration, the government could play in actually supporting the SMEs. You know, because we talk about collateral to a certain extent. I mean, there is a guarantee program. Perhaps that could be expanded, the amounts increased, which would give some comfort or additional comfort to lenders as well. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. So I also want to give some time to, I think that there might be some questions from the public. Is there anyone who wants to ask the panelists here a question? I see one gentleman there. The microphone? Yes, it's coming.
Hi, my name is Anthony G. Something that lots of small and medium businesses struggle with is equity. And so we talked a lot about debt. I think there could be the exploration of guarantees around SMEs receiving guarantees to sort of grow their business. But one critical factor is you need equity. And so what are the solutions around the equity challenge that these businesses are going to face as they enter and grow markets?
Think to you.
It's all right. No issue taking that. I mean, Robert kind of touched on it earlier as well when he gave his initial introduction. I mean, there are people who would bring equity to the table, right? I mean, it brings in a play for the local stock exchange, but again, it comes back down to your business case. Right? In certain instances, banks will finance 100%. However, that's the exception and not the norm. But it is available once you come with, you know, a very well put together, very bankable proposal. You know, a lot of times we focus on equity as an impediment to accessing financing, and in some instances it is. However, equity is available. You just have to tap the areas to get it. You know, but again, it comes back down to the package you're presenting, right? So you could come to, you know, I think Robert mentioned an IDB or IADB, you get some type of equity funding. I mean, you can do mezzanine financing. There are a lot of options, but it comes back down to what you're offering. So that's my response.
Yeah, I think that SMEs are particularly challenged when it comes to equity because a lot of them don't want to give up control. They want to maintain 100% of the company. And so it's always challenging to try to convince them to say that, and it's simplistically said, would you rather be 100% of a $10 million company or 10% of a $1 billion company? Sounds simplistic, but a lot of them struggle with that discussion. So I think a lot of times you have to present it in a way that they understand that scaling requires them to bring others in. And there are ways you can structure it that you can give someone equity up front, but claw it back later. You can structure it around, okay, if you get to a certain threshold, I can buy you out. So there are many ways to do it, but again, dealing with SMEs sometimes is quite challenging because they don't understand that nuance. They want to hold and control everything, and that's not always easy. So it's doable, but they have to be willing to listen to the advice of the banks and the advisors. Yeah. So that's
Rudolph, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, well, what I said in my second answer is that I think that one of the ways that you can also get equity is by forcing people to partner. I mean, and if you force people that will come in, that want to come into our country in order to gain from the oil wealth that we will have, you maybe can also force them to partner. 20%, 40%, 60%, I don't know, because I don't know what is the right answer for that. We should study that, put it in the roadmap, know where we want to go, and then if you have somebody that can partner, they can also bring in, of course, the equity. And if they bring in the equity, then they can grow together in order for the next project, they have their own equity, you know, and that is the important thing. So we should understand that if we don't protect, even though I'm against protectism, but if we don't protect our local companies, most probably the tsunami will kill them all.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, there's one other question.
Yeah. So I had a question, and I think it's about what Rudolph was saying. Like, so Suriname is kind of in a repetition of things. Like a lot of other countries where there's a lot of money coming, but we're not prepared because, you know, 10 years of unpreparation. And so what can we do, like for first of all, for people that are very low, not here, and might never come here? How can, first of all, the banks and the government and other people create programs so that small entrepreneurs can understand what they need to do? Because knowledge is not something that doesn't exist. It is there, but it needs to be spread as much as possible, and people need to come and get it, right? So what is being done, or what do you think the right steps should be to create an environment where you're saying, listen, if you need all of these things, I know it's hard to get, but this is a framework, go to the framework, figure it out, and then you might get approved. Yeah. So what preparation are being made for that situation?
Yeah, so, yeah, I've been talking about that for a long time. I call it the broad social discussion, de brede maatschappelijke discussie. But you can also translate that into a roadmap. I can tell you that this government is very seriously looking at to develop a roadmap in order for not to fall into the resource curse, which is of course very good. And in that roadmap, you should have a stabilization or sovereign fund. You should have a good immigration law. What do we want? What kind of immigration do we want? How much immigration do we want? And you should have a local content law. So based on that map. And if you have that mapping, you have a certain economical growth behind that, because that is important. Do we want to grow 5% a year? Do we want to grow 10% a year? Or do we want to grow like Guyana is growing now 50% a year? But growing 50% a year will have a lot of immigrants. So then you have to get a very good immigrant law in order for us to protect our own people. And not to have a massive amount of illegal immigration, because if you have that, for sure the guy that you want to get it through, and that is what the director of She said very nice when we signed the FID, when she was driving up to signing the FID, the newspaperman came to her and asked her, where are you going? And she said, I'm going to the FID. But before she could explain what it was, she had to drive off. And then she asked herself, and she said that in the speech, and I found that so nice. She said, how will we get the wealth that I will sign, most probably an hour from now, also to that newspaperman? And that is what the roadmap is all about. The roadmap is all about that we have to find a way that we can transfer the money that we will get in an equal and transparent way, so that also the newspaperman that is now standing on the corner of the street will also prosper from the oil money that we get. If you don't make a plan, for sure that will not happen. If you don't make a plan, you know where we will end up, because we know what happened in Nigeria, and I call Nigeria because it is the biggest oil producer in Africa, or Venezuela because it is the biggest oil producer in South America. But also Guyana, I say, is a very good example where they really try to get the wealth also to the poorest people. But you see that the gap between the rich and the poor is growing. And you also see that the traditional sectors, like agriculture, like sugar cultivation, like rice, that they are going down the drain. So it's not so easy to just do that. You really have to make a very good thought of roadmap, which will take a long time to make. And that is why I said it 9 years ago. But now we have about 3 years before first oil. So if we work day and night with a good project team, it must be possible. And if I look at the way that the head of the assembly was spoken today, and if I look at what our president is saying, then I have good hope that the roadmap will come, and that maybe it will not be completely on time, but at least we will have a direction in which the money that we will gain with the Grand Morgu project and that Total will made for us will also come and prosper the newspaperman.
Yes, thank you.
Can I add to that?
Mind for Mr. Grant, if you could keep it short.
Really short. I think, excellent question. I think one thing that I thought about as you were responding to that, Ralph, is that financial literacy. A lot of these SMEs don't understand what it takes to achieve financial scalability. So maybe one thing that can be done here is to have maybe a program or a initiative that brings them in to say, if you want to access these types of funds, here's what you need to do. That way they understand when Brian speaks to them, I speak to them, they know exactly what needs to be done. So I think part of it is that they're very good at what they do, but they're not financially literate to understand what it takes to scale up, because that's always the sort of the gating issue. They want to do it in the way they've always done it, and that doesn't always work.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Grant. Because of the time, we are running behind schedule. We have to keep it to this point. The gentlemen are available, so after this panel, of course, you can engage with them. If you have still some questions, I think they will certainly be willing to answer your questions. Again, thank you very much for participating in this panel. The audience also, thank you very much. And please stay tuned for the next discussions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Let me welcome Mr. Eddie Frankel for his keynote address. He will be talking about energy as a prerequisite for local content development. Let's give him a round of applause. Eddie Frankel is the Director of Downstream and Power Staatsolie Maatschappij Suriname.
All protocols observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, the title of my keynote is Energy as a Prerequisite for Local Content Development. Let me start by saying that the mere words local content are not local content. Local content in Dutch, which is the official legal language of the Republic of Suriname, is lokale meerwaarde or lokale toegevoegde waarde. Amongst others, local content development will entail the building of new hotels, high-rise office buildings, port facilities, and housing. The incumbent utility company, EBS, estimates that before 2028, at least 80 megawatts of new electricity generation capacity will be needed. And before 2032, an additional 120 megawatts will be needed. If we look at Guyana, the EBS estimates may be conservative. Guyana is commissioning a 300 megawatt power plant this year, has already signed a contract for a second 300 megawatt plant, and is negotiating a third 300 megawatt plant. Guyana is also reviving its plan for the 165 megawatt Amelia Falls hydropower project. My assertion is that if we had had an energy policy that we adhered to diligently, we would not be in the awkward position facing an electricity shortage towards first oil in 2028. But now, we are in a position to develop an energy policy that, if adhered to, will facilitate local content and thus sustainable development. Historically, energy supply in Suriname has not been by design, but by default. The largest single supply source of electrical energy in Suriname is the Brokopondo Hydroelectric Power Station. This hydropower station was built by the Americans because at that time, they saw merit in producing aluminum in Suriname. So the Brokopondo station was not built because Suriname considered it a source of secure energy supply. After the Brokopondo hydro project, rising energy demand was met, and still is, by the attrition of diesel and later heavy fuel oil-fired reciprocating engine power plants. So to date, Suriname has not had a policy-driven plan to meet demand growth. A definition of energy policy that can be found online is a set of regulations and objectives that the government sets to manage the production, distribution, and consumption of energy. It aims to ensure that energy is produced, distributed, and consumed in a way that is sustainable, affordable, and secure. So, the keywords are sustainable, affordable, and secure. Mind you, that sustainable and renewable are often confused to mean the same. Sustainable describes something that can be maintained over a long period of time. It involves balancing environmental health, economic viability, and social equity to meet present needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own. Renewable, on the other hand, means the use of natural sources of energy that are not depleted when used. So, according to the above definitions, we can state the following. Oil is sustainable and affordable. gas is sustainable and affordable. Solar and wind, as intermittent resources, are renewable but may not be affordable if equipped with batteries. Hydropower is renewable, sustainable, and affordable. Nuclear energy is sustainable and may become affordable once small modular plants become commercially available. I am now going to outline how these 5 supply sources could fit in a long-term national energy policy that will secure the availability of electricity for decades to come. First, oil. Suriname produces about 6,500 barrels of heavy fuel oil, and this oil will be available for the next 15 years from our onshore domestic production from Saramacca. We export 3,000 barrels per day of this fuel oil, and this is exactly the quantity needed to feed the projected first 80 megawatts by ABS. So in short, we should use all the fuel oil we produce to generate electricity. Oil from the offshore, starting 2028, will be exported entirely. Gas. Suriname has been and is a natural resources exporter. We do not add value to the natural resources that we export. The leading example of this is the aluminum industry that existed over 100 years and today is no longer. With natural gas, of which the first development will be by Petronas in Block 52, the same may happen to us unless we use, at least part of it, domestically. From a local content development perspective, I would say that it is mandatory that we use part of the gas locally. The FID for Suriname's first development in Block 52 will be taken late 2026. First gas in the form of LNG, liquefied natural gas, will be produced in 2030. Ideally, gas for domestic use is piped to shore. The investment in such a gas-to-shore pipeline and onshore gas processing facilities will be about $1 billion. Because the initial market for domestically used gas will be limited, it will be a challenge to develop the gas-to-shore pipeline on a commercial basis. Here is where the government steps in. By reserving some of the oil and gas revenues to invest in this pipeline. Compare it to the construction of roads by the government. Gas pipelines are energy infrastructure, roads are civil infrastructure. If planned well, this pipeline can be in place by 2032. Gas, once developed, will be available for at least 20 to 30 years with virtually no limit to meet Suriname's electrical energy demand. Another important advantage of bringing gas to shore will be the transformation of Suriname from an LPG, that is cooking gas, importer to a LPG exporter. Solar and wind. Nowadays, there is a hype in the world driven by climate change. The world is positively biased towards the development of PV solar and wind as a means to combat CO2 emissions. The question should be posed if countries like Suriname should follow this hype obediently. In my view, countries like Suriname should develop solar and wind only if they are economically the most viable option. Solar and wind, because of their intermittency, cannot provide the ancillary service that firm sources like thermal and hydro do. To provide the same ancillary service, these intermittent sources have to be equipped with huge battery systems that need to be replaced every 10 years. The latter will surely deem solar and wind not to be the most economically viable options. Studies have shown that European countries with the highest penetration of solar and wind are among those with the highest kilowatt-hour prices. For example, Denmark at 36 euro cents per kilowatt-hour at a 65% penetration rate, and Germany at 40 cents with a 40% penetration. A good criterion for sanctioning utility-scale solar and wind energy projects in Suriname is that their kilowatt-hour price may not exceed the current basket generation price, which is about 8 cents per kilowatt-hour. It is likely that only projects without large battery storage will meet this threshold, which will limit the penetration of solar and wind to about 20%. Hydropower. Large-scale hydropower projects with reservoirs have become highly controversial because of land that is inundated. Our Brokopondo hydropower project that was commissioned in 1964 has an environmental footprint of 8.4 square kilometers per megawatt, whereas only projects with a footprint of less than 0.5 square kilometers per megawatt are nowadays considered acceptable. The Brokopondo hydroelectric station supplies about 50 to 70% of the electrical energy need of Suriname. It replaces 1.3 million barrels of oil per year, which is equivalent to a CO2 reduction of 520,000 metric tons per year, thus contributing to our carbon negative status. It can be verified that all advanced economies in the world have exploited their hydropower potential to the maximum, and so should Suriname. The two projects that should be developed are the Opojai, previously Tapajai, and the Cabalebo hydropower project. These projects together will inundate about 1.5% of rainforest. So Suriname should make the fundamental decision if it's better off with 93% forest coverage or 91.5%, but with the addition of more than 1,100 megawatt clean hydropower generation capacity. Development of these projects should be based on a multi-annual plan, like the Dutch Delta Werken, which were anchored in the Delta Law of 1958. One integral part of the plan should be the harvesting of the 1.5% forest to mitigate methane formation once the reservoirs are created. As international financing for these projects will be a challenge, these should be funded through oil and gas revenues that we will have in the coming 25 to 30 years. And then, last but not least, nuclear energy. As I said before, all advanced economies in the world have exploited their hydropower potential to the maximum. And the very advanced economies have policies that accommodate the use of nuclear energy, with the exception of Germany, who shot itself in the foot when they decided to phase out nuclear energy back in 1998. Small modular reactors, up to 300 megawatt unit size, will become commercially available in the next decades. Suriname should now prepare for nuclear beyond oil and gas by instating necessary legislation and ratification of necessary international treaties. And as a cherry on the pie, to enhance energy security, it is advised that we start exploring for uranium in Suriname, and while at it, we should also search for rare earth metals like lithium. So, in summary, local content development can be facilitated by an energy policy with the following traits. One, use 100% domestically produced heavy fuel oil production for electricity generation. Two, government investment in gas infrastructure to kickstart the domestic use of natural gas for power generation and other industries. Three, develop solar and wind only where these do not cause the basket kilowatt hour price to increase, that is maximum 8 cents per kilowatt hour. 4, develop Opajay and Kabalebo hydropower projects within a 20 years period. 5, start preparing for the use of small nuclear reactors to enable adoption of nuclear energy once these small modular reactors become commercially available. That is my contribution for today. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frankel. I think the previous speakers, especially the government, have emphasized their commitment to facilitating and also supporting the road to a local content policy. I think some of the speakers during the roundtable discussion emphasized diversifying our economy, which is personally something I think that should not depend on oil and gas or non-renewable resources in the ground. That is something that has been emphasized by different organizations for small economies, especially small economies like Suriname. Diversifying our economy, the country has a lot of potential, like tourism, agriculture, but that's something that on the plate of the government. We're gonna go for a short break, a 10-minute break, and after the 10-minute break, we are gonna continue with our program, with a part of the program that emphasizes communication. Please remember to sign up for the workshops in the front. There are going to be a couple of workshops later today. Please sign in for them. And don't forget to sign up for the field trip tomorrow or the B2B session tomorrow. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start shortly, maybe in 1 minute. Could you please have your seat? Hallo Jeff. Welke is hij? Wat is de achternaam? Jeff, fotograaf. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start shortly. Oké, dames en heren, welkom bij deze paneldiscussie met het thema Bridging Perspective and Reaching Common Ground for Local Content Development, How Communication Shapes Collaboration and Commitment. Het is belangrijk eigenlijk om een definitie van local content te formuleren. Wat is local content en wat betekent het voor Suriname? Samen gaat de panel zoeken naar antwoord op deze vraag. Hoe bouwen we duurzame bruggen voor lokale ontwikkeling gebaseerd op vertrouwen, transparantie en dialoog? Ik zal ze even introduceren. Dr. Anfit Ramlakan, hij is CEO van Datasure en partner bij CCPR. Angela van der Kooijen, voorzitter van CCPR en directeur van AK Communication Consultancy. Kamlesh Ganesh, directeur van de SVB. En meneer Truid, VSB, zuiver. Glenn Truideman, media professional en radiohost bij ABC. We gaan even starten met een video van Suriname. Laten we ze welkom heten.
Suriname, the hidden treasure of South America.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Suriname. In the latest article in the Newsweek magazine, Suriname is about to be one of the richest countries on earth. Is it ready? With this introduction, I welcome you to our panel discussion that will be in Dutch. You may wonder why. Local content emphasizes empowering local people and local capacity. Holding this discussion in Dutch ensures maximum inclusivity and understanding. But don't worry. During the Q&A, you can still ask your questions about communication in English. And now I'll switch to Dutch. Communicatie speelt een cruciale rol bij het opbouwen van begrip, vertrouwen en de samenwerking tussen de verschillende stakeholders in de private en de publieke sector, de scholen, de onderwijsinstellingen en de lokale gemeenschappen. De succesfactoren om te komen tot een local content communicatie framework luiden als volgt. De eerste is transparantie, dat we open en eerlijk communiceren met alle stakeholders in de verschillende sectoren. Consistentie, dat is de tweede. Dat we ervoor zorgen dat we met uniforme boodschappen al deze stakeholders ook gaan bereiken. En dat we voorkomen dat er versnippering van informatie plaatsvindt. De derde is culturele sensitiviteit. Een hele belangrijke, zeker voor een multiculturele samenleving als Suriname. De inzet van communicatie gebaseerd op interculturele communicatie, zoals wij dat ook noemen binnen het vakgebied. Dialoog, ook een hele belangrijke. Geen top-down. Het gaat erom dat de boodschappen die we uitzenden, dat we ook nagaan, zijn deze boodschappen begrepen? En aan de andere kant, wat is de feedback daarop? Een hele belangrijke, dat we tweezijdig gaan communiceren. En de laatste, ook even belangrijk, vertrouwen. Hoe zorgen we ervoor dat er vertrouwen is, eigenlijk tussen alle stakeholders, maar ook dat we waardevolle relaties opbouwen? Het klinkt allemaal natuurlijk erg eenvoudig, maar dat is het niet. Een duidelijk nationaal local content beleid is noodzakelijk om tot een local content communicatieframe te komen. Alleen als we structureel blijven werken aan deze verbindingen, om ze tot stand te brengen en te werken eigenlijk aan de groei en ontwikkeling van de sector, kunnen we dat bewerkstelligen. Het thema van deze conferentie luidt ook From Local Strength to Green Growth. Vanuit onze lokale krachten moeten wij bouwen aan een duurzame economie. We moeten vanuit communicatieoogpunt ook naar een local content communicatieframework, waar alle Surinamers actief bij betrokken worden. Dank je wel.
Ik denk dat we alvast kunnen starten met het formuleren van een definitie van local content. Wat verstaan we precies onder local content development en waarom is het zo belangrijk voor Suriname? Ik denk dat ik Angela het woord ga geven.
Nou, local content betekent voor ons natuurlijk in Suriname, de lokale bevolking. Eigenlijk iedereen is met local content bezig. Hè? We hebben eigenlijk voor de ontwikkeling van wat er op ons afkomt, iedereen nodig om daarin te ondersteunen. Hoe zorgen we ervoor dat al die kleine ondernemers, niet alleen de grote ondernemers, bij kunnen dragen eigenlijk aan de diensten en de service, maar ook de kennis die er nodig is om ervoor te zorgen dat we kunnen inspelen op alles wat er op ons afkomt als we kijken naar de olie- en gassector.
Wil iemand daarop ingaan?
Ja,
Ja.
ik kan er zeker op ingaan. Nogmaals, goedemorgen, middag straks. Eén gezegde bij local content is that your local content starts with your local identity. En als ik gewoon kijk naar onze eigen identiteit als Suriname, zijn we straks over een paar weken 50 jaar onafhankelijk. Maar zijn we daadwerkelijk onafhankelijk? I don't think so. To be honest, daarvoor waren we slaaf, contractarbeider. Dat is ons past, dat is onze identiteit geweest, ons DNA geweest. En de afgelopen 50 jaar zijn we steeds herboren. Soms is het 5 jaar, soms is het 10 jaar. Jullie weten precies wat ik bedoel. Het is vanwege ons politiek systeem. Want elke keer als er een nieuwe regering komt, hebben ze een nieuw verhaal over Suriname. Een nieuwe identiteit van Suriname, oftewel een nieuwe toekomst voor Suriname. Maar waarom denken we niet daadwerkelijk 50 jaar verder? And that's where local content story starts. We need to work on our own identity before trying to think about how we are engaging our local companies of ook ons lokale bedrijven en ons lokale mensen. That's my take on this. En er zijn genoeg voorbeelden hoe het niet zou moeten. En to be honest denk ik dat we de afgelopen 50 jaar een hele slechte job hebben gedaan. Want onze identiteit is steeds wankel, tussen aanhalingstekens. Maar dat we nu wel echt een moment van bezinning kunnen hebben en zelfreflectie om te prognosticeren wat daadwerkelijk Suriname's identiteit en local content visie zou kunnen zijn voor de komende 50 jaar. Dat is voor nu mijn toevoeging op uw vraag, moderator.
Een korte toevoeging van mijn kant uit. Als ik het woord althans local content hoor, denk ik eigenlijk in termen van opportunities. Opportunities ook in termen van sustainability. SDG 10 gaat over het wegwerken van ongelijkheid. En als we het hebben over het wegwerken van ongelijkheid, dan denk ik direct aan hoe Surinaamse ondernemers, hoe de samenleving van Suriname eigenlijk op een of andere manier wel mee kan liften mee kan liften met de ontwikkelingen, om uiteindelijk te komen richting de standaarden van doing business zoals dat in de wereld gangbaar is, in steden van, en dan wil ik het concept van het wegwerken van ongelijkheid niet gebruiken om anyone gewoon vanwege het feit dat de voorzitter van de Nationale Assemblée heeft vanmorgen ook heel mooi aangegeven dat het een gegeven is conform artikel 6 van onze grondwet. Maar dat betekent niet dat je omwille van gelijkheid die deur gewoon open moet gooien. Die deur moet in ieder geval wel open gaan, maar richting hogere standaarden, betere standaarden, zodat Surinaamse bedrijven at some point in time ook gewoon mee kunnen doen in die grote wereld van business. Dat is een korte toevoeging.
Ja, en dus ik praat te luid. Dames en heren, goedemiddag. Ik zal het vanuit een journalistiek oogpunt bekijken. Omdat dat voor een groot deel ook mijn achtergrond is. Dan vraag je af, local content, dat lijkt een relatief begrip. Want wanneer is content local? We zien de huidige samenleving waarbij er al sprake is van een tekort aan arbeid en dat er arbeiders uit het buitenland naar Suriname komen en die doen dan vaak het werk die de locals niet zouden willen doen. Als er nu sprake is van meer vraag naar local content, dan betekent het dat er een wet zou moeten komen die de locals zou moeten beschermen tegen de grote invloed van.
Maar zijn de
werknemers
locals
die
nou
uit-
wel ready daarvoor?
Wat zei je?
Zijn de locals nou wel ready daarvoor?
Of ze ready daarvoor
Ja,
zijn.
zijn we ready?
Dus dat is een vraag die steeds dringender wordt naar 2028. Als ik met veel mensen daarover praat, dan gaan ze ervan uit dat anderen daarvoor klaar zijn. Maar niet wij zelf. Dus jij bent er misschien wel klaar voor, maar die meneer verderop niet. Hij gaat ervan uit dat we als Suriname klaar voor zijn. Dat is mijn punt.
En wilde iemand even hierop voortborduren?
Ja, zeker. Het is net wanneer je naar school gaat en je bij wijze van spreken van middelbare school naar ADEC zou willen gaan, medicijnen zou willen studeren. En dan kan ook de vraag zijn in context van local content, ben je er klaar voor om een arts te worden? En de vraagstuk dat ik denk Henk wil benadrukken is, wat zijn nu de randvoorwaarden, wat zijn nu op zijn minst de spelregels tussen aanhalingstekens waaraan ik zou moeten voldoen? Hoeveel moet ik hebben voor biologie, scheikunde en noem maar op, zodat ik voldoe aan de criteria om medicijnen te kunnen studeren. Dus dat is even snel in retoriek. Maar gewoon even snel een checklist voor moderator. Hebben we een local content council? No. Do we have local content policies? No. Do we have a local content act? No. Do we have a local content strategy? No. En alleen vanwege oil and gas is local content een buzzword. Maar what about all the other sectors? Hoe staat het met ICT? Hoe staat het met toerisme? Hoe staat het met landbouw? Dus local content zou niet één sector alleen gedreven moeten zijn, maar gewoon de totale Surinaamse solidariteit en bedrijfsleven en public sector gerelateerd moeten zijn. En op basis daarvan zouden we dus dan de doelen kunnen samenstellen. Dus dit is een hele quick checklist hoe we verder zouden kunnen discussiëren over communicatie en noem maar op.
Angela, je zou inkomen?
Ja, zeker. Want dit is precies waar wij mee zitten als het gaat om communicatie. En ook vanuit de communicatievereniging wil je natuurlijk ook inspelen op alles wat er komt. Maar als er geen, wat Anfit al aangeeft, als er al geen beleid is, als er geen policies zijn, waar moeten we beginnen? Want het is natuurlijk communiceren, daar moet je een local content communicatieframe voor gaan ontwikkelen. Maar dat vloeit uiteindelijk het beleid wat er is gemaakt. En dat is precies waar de schoen wringt. Dat hebben wij dus nog niet. Dus dan kan je je voorstellen hoe wij ernaar kijken als communicatieprofessionals. Hoe moeten wij hierop inspelen als er vanuit het beleid al, vanuit de verschillende instituten al onvoldoende wordt aangegeven waar we naartoe moeten. We zijn enorm zoekende van hoe kunnen we inspelen, wat is er nodig. Want ik denk dat we met z'n allen wel een hele lijst kunnen opnoemen van onderdelen, onderwerpen die nodig zijn voor het tot stand brengen daarvan. Maar ik denk dat het tijd is om in actie te komen, want er is zoveel gesproken. De afgelopen jaren blijven we maar praten. Het is nu de bedoeling dat we echt in actie komen. Dus ik wil echt ook iedereen oproepen om met een actieplan te komen. Maar ik denk dat misschien Kamlesh vanuit de VSB, misschien zou jij daarop willen reageren, want ik weet dat er gebeurt ook al heel veel vanuit daar.
Ja, nou kijk, vanuit de VSB weten we dat er kijk, de oil and gas companies die zijn ook allemaal lid van de VSB. Dus het is wel hoogwaarschijnlijk iets wat makkelijker voor de VSB aan het nodige aan informatie te komen. Maar at some point in time, again, we kijken ook naar hoe deze bedrijven bewegen in de samenleving. En de VSB heeft eigenlijk als een nood, althans er is een nood welke wij eigenlijk ook meegeven aan alle bedrijven die zichzelf op een of andere manier proberen te bewegen in deze ontwikkeling, is op zoek gaan naar partnerschappen. We zien zeker een aantal bewegingen in het veld. Ik denk dat de Energy Chamber ook een belangrijke bijdrage levert in het bij elkaar brengen van organisaties en ik denk vandaar ook deze bijeenkomst. Maar er is veel meer nodig om invulling te geven aan het woordje partnerschappen. Want wanneer het voor organisaties die inderdaad een rol moeten vervullen bij het ontwikkelen van een local content strategie, local content policy en uiteindelijk een local content communicatiestrategie. Wanneer het voor deze organisaties inderdaad duidelijk is wat er precies zal gebeuren en die duidelijkheid inderdaad komt vanwege die samenwerking, denk ik dat er inderdaad meer beweging mogelijk is richting het inderdaad doen wat gedaan zal moeten worden. Als VSB kijken we natuurlijk ook heel closely naar hoe de regering beweegt. Ik ben ik was inderdaad onder de indruk van het idee van, zoals geopperd door de voorzitter van de Nationale Assemblée, om een klankbord te organiseren in de Nationale Assemblée. Want daar zal er zeker heel veel ook gedaan moeten worden om lokale bedrijven ook te gaan stimuleren. En dan praat ik niet eens over de olie- en gassector. Als VSB geloven we erin dat de olie- en gassector zichzelf wel op een of andere manier zal bedruipen. Er zijn inderdaad uitdagingen, maar waar wij zeker naar uitkijken als wij inderdaad willen gaan werken aan local content is het creëren van een beter klimaat voor ondernemers in de non-oil en gas sector om op een efficiëntere, veiligere en een interessantere manier te kunnen investeren in Suriname.
Maar dan ga ik je even onderbreken daar hoor, want ik heb heel veel interessante dingen gehoord. Er is gesproken over beleid. En, er is gesproken over zaken die niet in place zijn bij de Surinaamse overheid, maar ook binnen de Surinaamse gemeenschap. Er zijn een aantal dingen niet in place, maar er zijn een aantal dingen in place. En er zijn een aantal elementen die binnen local content. Maar als we goed kijken, dan zien we dat een van de belangrijke zaken die dwars door alles gaat, is communicatie. En het uitgangspunt is communicatie. Is fundament voor een samenwerking. Want als je praat over local content, dat betekent dat we allemaal in Suriname gaan moeten samenwerken. Dus de vraag nu is, wat maakt communicatie zo bepalend binnen die samenwerking? Meneer Truideman, wilt u even hierop ingaan?
Kijk, bij communicatie in dit kader denk ik dan meteen aan inclusieve communicatie. Dus dat we zeggen, om de mensen erbij te betrekken. En des te meer is het begrip dat je inclusieve communicatie, omdat wij een pluriforme samenleving hebben. We hebben een multi-etnische samenleving. We hebben genderverschillen. Allerlei onderscheid kun je maken binnen die bevolkingsgroepen. Vandaar dat je eigenlijk, wil je iedereen erbij betrekken, dat je inclusieve communicatie zou moeten hebben. Dus dat we zeggen, iedereen erbij betrekken. En hoe kan je dat doen? Je kunt mensen erbij betrekken door zaken dichter bij ze te brengen. In hun eigen taal, in hun eigen sfeer, in hun eigen buurt, in hun eigen, zoals ze dat gewoon zijn te doen. En dan maak ik even een zijstap. Hoe zou de journalistiek zoiets moeten aanpakken? En dan zeg ik, de Amerikaan is hier heel simpel in. En ik ga me straks tegenspreken. Keep it short. Keep it simple, keep it conversational. Dus jouw communicatie naar de gemeenschap toe moet kort, eenvoudig en zakelijk zijn. Maar wat zien we in het dagelijks leven? Dat mensen heel veel Amerikaanse begrippen in een normale zin werpen om de indruk te wekken dat ze heel belangrijk zijn. As we speak. We are on speaking terms. We zijn in contact, waarom doe je zo moeilijk? En zo heb je nog een paar van die dagelijks, en dan klinkt het heel geweldig, maar dat maakt dat die inclusieve communicatie achterwege blijft. Voor radio, televisie geldt dan een andere strategie dan voor bladen. Want bij radio en televisie kun je niet zeggen, wacht even, die man zei on speaking terms. Wat zal dat betekenen? Inmiddels gaat hij verder. De krant kun je even aan de kant leggen en een woordenboek bijpakken. Dus keep it conversational. Zoals je spreekt, zo moet je ook de mensen benaderen. Vermijd zoveel mogelijk vakjargon, moeilijke woorden, Amerikaanse begrippen. Ook hoe populair die ook mogen zijn. Ik erger me er elke keer aan als ik een interview afneem met mensen die allerlei heftige Amerikaanse begrippen ertussendoor gooien. En dan vraag ik, waarom doet u dat? En dan zeggen ze, ik lees veel Amerikaanse tijdschriften en Amerikaanse boeken en dan kom ik zo in dat sfeertje. Ik zeg, maar we zijn in Suriname. Niet doen, want anders komt de boodschap niet goed over. En dat is een van de knelpunten voor inclusieve communicatie. Doe maar, ik ben te lang bezig, dus...
Ja, maar ik zou graag willen weten, een benadering, een communicatiebenadering, een benadering vanuit een communicatie-expert, deskundige. Waarom is communicatie zo bepalend binnen local content? Wat maakt het zo belangrijk, Angela?
Ja, kijk, eigenlijk wat Glenn ook al zegt, hè, dat je communiceert vanuit die waarden en normen. Communiceert vanuit die herkenbaarheid. Wat kent men in Suriname? Welke taal spreken we hier? Op welke manier gaan we met elkaar om? Want het is natuurlijk, je kan boodschappen uitzenden, maar als je dat niet in de BTB doet, begrijpelijk, toegankelijk en het moet betrouwbaar zijn. Want ook de bron die de informatie brengt is heel erg belangrijk. Dus wat hij zegt, ik bevestig dat compleet. Het is heel belangrijk om vanuit eigenlijk die communicatie ervoor te zorgen dat je vanuit het referentiekader van de mensen die je wil gaan bereiken, dat je ook op die manier gaat communiceren. Dat doen we nog veel te weinig. De inzet van interculturele communicatie moet veel meer. Dat we veel meer gaan kijken van de verschillende groepen die we hier in Suriname hebben. En ik benoem ze apart, niet vanwege dat het verschillende groepen, want we zijn allemaal Surinamers, absoluut. Maar we weten ook dat we allemaal een andere achtergrond hebben, een andere geschiedenis hebben. En dat zijn allemaal zaken waar je rekening mee moet houden. Dat zorgt ervoor dat er veel meer begrip ontstaat. Want als je vertrouwen wil hebben in die samenwerking die je gaat hebben met de partners, moet je ervoor zorgen dat er vertrouwen is. Dat mensen begrijpen wat je bedoelt. Dat ze ook het gevoel hebben van meteri, zoals het in Sranantongen zeggen. Je hebt je tijd genomen om even te kijken van wat ik belangrijk vind. Want de boodschap die je onbewust geeft, ik vind je belangrijk. Ik heb mijn tijd genomen om me in je te verdiepen. Om die boodschap die ik naar jou breng uit te zenden. En als je dat op die manier doet met de verschillende personen die hier in Suriname wonen, met een andere achtergrond, met een andere kennisachtergrond, met een andere kern als het ook gaat om opvoeding, dan kun je ervoor zorgen dat we dichter bij elkaar komen. Want dat is ook waar het ook om gaat. Hè. Die kloof die er steeds ontstaat tussen verschillende partners, tussen verschillende groepen. Als we nu kijken naar de local content, de verschillende comité's die er zijn, veel meer die verbinding opzoeken door met elkaar in gesprek te blijven, want dialoog blijft belangrijk. En uiteraard de mensen inzetten die boodschap op een waardevolle en betrouwbare manier kunnen overbrengen.
Korte toevoeging. Ik denk dat het heel belangrijk is om te benadrukken dat communicatie niet alleen is wat je zegt, maar ook iets is waar de samenleving in vertrouwt.
Ja.
At the end of the day, er kan zoveel gezegd worden, maar wat wordt er allemaal gedaan en wat is allemaal mogelijk met de informatie die in de ether gegooid wordt om at some point in time business sense te gaan maken. Althans, ik bekijk het vanuit een business point of view. Ik heb niks aan informatie waar ik als bedrijfsleven niks aan heb. Snap je? Letterlijk. Ik vond het wel een belangrijke om
walk the walk and talk the talk.
Dus als ik goed heb begrepen, dan is eigenlijk niet alleen communicatie, maar ook actie. Dat is belangrijk. Maar vanuit een technologische benadering, want jouw achtergrond is technologisch. Kan je even daarop ingaan?
Ja, zeker, moderator. Als ik nu een vraag stel over sinds de tekening van de FID, of de Foreign Direct Investment, hoeveel is er geïnvesteerd in Suriname? Of hoeveel werkgelegenheid is er gecreëerd in Suriname? Dan zien we gelijk van dat we...
Hou het even aan, want het zijn mooie vragen. Wie van het publiek kan antwoord hierop geven?
Behalve Satishar.
Wie? Behalve?
Behalve Satish van de VES. Hij houdt alles bij, maar als ik... Oh, ik zie een vinger daar.
Ja. Ja.
Statement aan het begin met betrekking tot. Mijn naam is Raymond Touwjeram van Caribbean Heavy Equipment. Ik heb niet direct een antwoord op de vraag,
Ja.
maar ik wil terugkomen op een statement in het begin van ja, wat is local content?
Klopt, ja.
Want ik denk dat dat een uitgangspunt moet zijn.
Zuiver hoor.
Ik ben snel gaan googlen.
Maar als ik even daarop wil ingaan,
Ja.
maar niet wat is de definitie, wat is onze definitie hier
Nee,
in
maar
Suriname?
Ik denk dus dat Google het algemeen stelt. En het is direct van toepassing over Suriname. En hoe je daarmee omgaat, hoe je het implementeert, welke acties je allemaal daaraan kan verbinden. En die zeggen local content is the use of local resources, labor and goods to support a project. Nou, zijn we bekend met de projects? We praten over oil en gas. Maar refereren naar meneer Elias, die een andere benadering had. Nou, ik denk dus dat als het duidelijk is welke richting we opgaan, dat we daadwerkelijk goed kunnen praten en communiceren over local content development.
Ja.
Dat was.
Als ik door mag met mijn betoog, bedankt. En dan spreek ik gewoon als jonge Surinamer. De voorgaande generatie houdt van praten. Mijn voorouders hadden ook zoveel verhalen. Maar als je kijkt naar de milestones en achievables, ook Suriname. Wat hebben we achieved? Met hoeveel hebben we ons GDP kunnen verhogen? Of hoeveel is de average equity? Hoeveel is de income per gezin? Let's be honest, het bleef maar afnemen. Dus, again, de vraag was, hoeveel heeft een foreign direct investment naar Suriname gebracht? In Guyana kennen ze de cijfers. En dat is de essentie van digitale communicatie. Daar hebben ze tot en met heden 650 miljoen geïnvesteerd. En ze hebben 6500 nieuwe jobs gecreëerd, werkgelegenheid. En daar zie je de essentie van, omdat wij geen identiteit hebben, omdat we geen policy hebben, omdat we nog niet eens on the higher level goed gebouwd en gestructureerd hebben, ga je geen nauwkeurige data hebben. En als je geen nauwkeurige data hebt, heb je eigenlijk waste, dan ga je niet kunnen communiceren. En dan heb je geen transparantie, heb je onnauwkeurigheid en het belangrijkste voor Suriname, heb je corruptie. Dus dat is eigenlijk de essentie van data. En dan ga je weer zeggen van ja, Nuit, je vertelt weer iets leuks. Maar als we kijken naar de story of Dubai. En we gaan geen treinen bouwen en ook geen bruggen bouwen. Maar de essentie hier is, Dubai was een woestijn. Heden ten dagen is het one of the top 3 richest countries in the world. Wat hebben zij gedaan? Ze hebben gezegd, we starten met een in-country value accreditatiesysteem, certificeringssysteem. Ze noemen het de ICV. Wat doet de ICV? De ICV kijkt maar naar 5 factoren bij elk bedrijf. Niet bij de FID's, niet bij de buitenlandse bedrijven, maar ook de lokale bedrijven. Factor 1 is hoeveel mensen heb je van mainland in dienst. Factor 2 is hoeveel investeer je in je eigen productie in mainland. Factor 3 is hoeveel investeer je in mainland bij de lokale leveranciers. Factor 4 is hoeveel investeer je in R&D. En factor 5 is hoeveel doe je aan corporate social responsibility. En met deze 5 factoren, met hun accreditatiesysteem en certificeringssysteem, companies with the higher in-country value score komen alleen in aanmerking voor partnerschappen lokaal. Het is transparant, het is geautomatiseerd, gedigitaliseerd en ieder kan gewoon anytime in de ICV-board inloggen en zien welke companies het beter doen. Waarom doen we niet zoiets voor Suriname? Datazuur is gereed om zoiets te bouwen tegen kost, prijs, value, alleen omdat het nationale ontwikkeling voor Suriname zou betekenen. Putting my money where my mouth is and bring it into action.
Helemaal mee eens. Ik ondersteun dat zeker. En natuurlijk, ook op communicatievakgebied is het noodzakelijk dat er veel meer geïnvesteerd wordt in de sector. Want dat is ook een van de dingen. Dat er standaarden moeten komen voor communicatie in Suriname. Om ervoor te zorgen dat iedereen weet, wat zijn onze normen als het gaat om communicatie? Hoe ziet de sector eruit? Hoe gaan we ervoor zorgen dat er voldoende data wordt verzameld? Hoe zorgen we ervoor dat ook we meegaan met die technologische ontwikkeling die er is? Want er komt veel op ons af. We weten nu ook dat er heel veel speelt met fake news, misinformatie en desinformatie. Dat zijn zaken waar we ons ook mee bezig moeten houden. Hele democratisch worden omgegooid daarmee. En dat zijn dingen waar wij ook als communicatieprofessionals ons druk om maken, omdat we nog niet zo ver zijn. De inzet van AI, meegaan en met alles wat op ons afkomt. Maar ook gewoon de tools die in andere landen, maar ook in de rest van de wereld veel meer worden ingezet, zijn hier nog onvoldoende. En ik denk dat Glenn, ook met de media, als vierde macht, wordt meestal ook als vierde macht gezien. Dat is ook iets, misschien dat jij dat zou kunnen toelichten?
Ja, vaak denkt men dat de media als vierde macht, dat daarmee bedoeld wordt, naast de rechtsprekende, uitvoerende en rechterlijke macht. Ja, dat is die trias politica. Maar met de vierde macht wordt bedoeld dat de media een grote invloed hebben. Dat de media veel kunnen bereiken. Maar we moeten de invloed van de media niet overdrijven. Want als je iets probeert te bewerkstelligen, een gedragsverandering bij de samenleving, en je komt met een radio- of een tv-programma, ik weet het zeker, je kijkt waarnaar je wil kijken en je luistert waarnaar je wil luisteren. En als het je niet interesseert, dan ga je naar een ander station. En vaak moet het iets zijn dat met vechten te maken heeft of met muziek te maken heeft, dan blijven we wel kijken. Maar als het gaat om een serieus ding op zo'n een regenachtige vrijdagavond, dan ga je echt daar niet naar kijken. Ja, de programmamaker had niet kunnen voorspellen dat het zou regenen. Maar het is heel belangrijk dat we de media erbij betrekken. En de media hebben al op verschillende manieren aangegeven dat er nu eindelijk gehandeld moet worden, regering. Dat er nu eindelijk wetten gemaakt moeten worden om de local content te beschermen tegen de grote, denken wij, aanwas die er gaat komen uit het Caribisch gebied. We hebben hier ook al veel buitenlandse Cubanen, we hebben Venezolanen, we verwachten nog meer. Hoe zit het dan met de lokale werknemers? Ik denk dat, ik heb het begrepen van Staatsolie, dat ze ook bezig zijn om lokale mensen te trainen, opleidingen te geven, die van nut kunnen zijn voor oil en gas. En één ding weten de Surinamers heel zeker, dat er vanaf 2028 veel meer geld in het laadje komt. Maar wat en hoe, daar weten ze heel weinig van. Ik wil even een andere stap maken naar die vierde macht, waar Angel het over had. Vorige week heeft zich iets voorgedaan voor de aanvang van de... Nee, het was niet voor de aanvang van de Raad van Ministers, maar regeringspersconferentie, waarbij een journalist de vraag stelde of het wel zo is dat er zuivering plaatsvindt van bepaalde etnische groepen. En praktisch een groot deel van de samenleving viel over hem heen, omdat hij die vraag gesteld had. Dat hoort niet, dat doe je niet, en weet je wel wat etnische zuivering betekent. Maar als een deel van die samenleving met dat probleem zit, dan heeft de pers de plicht om zo een vraag te stellen. En dan moet dat niet afgedaan worden met, jij weet niks, is een domme vraag, en hoe kan die journalist nog een vraag stellen? Zoals wij recht hebben op een vrije meningsuiting, behoudens ieders verantwoordelijkheid voor de wet, want dat vergeet men wel eens, dat er na die artikel 19 een komma staat. Behoudens ieders verantwoordelijkheid voor de wet. Namelijk dat je mensen niet mag beledigen, dat je geen smaad, laster en dat soort dingen. Maar men denkt bij, ja, ik heb vrije meningsuiting, ik zeg wat ik wil. Alles heeft zijn grenzen, ook de vrije meningsuiting, ook de persvrijheid. Maar deze man heeft de gevoelens van een deel van die samenleving, dat is ook inclusiviteit. En dat is ook inclusiviteit in communicatie. Dat deel van die samenleving er ook bij hoort. En als zij zich zo beknot voelen, dan mag je die vraag wel stellen als journalist.
Ja, dus als ik kort mag samenvatten wat er is besproken zo net, is dat local content niet alleen te maken heeft met overheidsbeleid, of economie. Maar het heeft ook te maken met communicatie.
Ja.
En ik proef inclusieve communicatie, maar ik proef ook actie. Want we kunnen praten en praten, maar onze acties wijzen iets anders. Ik wil eigenlijk benadrukken dus dat communicatie de rode draad is. Het is de bindweefsel tussen visie en uitvoering. Tussen overheid, burger en tussen woord en daad. Weer actie. We zitten met een beperkte tijd. Ik wil de panelleden bedanken. Angela, Anfit, Kamlesh en Glenn, dank u wel. En laten we ze een applaus geven. Hey. We gaan door met het programma. We will continue with the program. And it's going to be a panel discussion. The topic is Common Ground, Local Content, Sustainable Development, and the Green Transition. A discussion on creating the enabling legal, educational, and infrastructural conditions for local content to thrive and drive Suriname's sustainable development goals. En ik wil de moderator uitnodigen om op het podium te komen, meneer Abelieve. Mevrouw, Miss Simpson, I would like to invite you to come to the stage. Miss Simpson is president of Simpson International Consulting Group. I would also like to invite Mr. Yearwood, Chief Information Security Officer, OmniSystems, and Mr. Regional Vigilant, Founder and Chief Operating Officer, OmniSystems. Can we give them a round of applause, please? I think they're getting their headset placed. Okay. I think you guys are hungry because the round of applause was so weak. Come on, guys, give them a
All right, thank you very much. Then we'll start with our third panel discussion. The third panel discussion is about common ground, local content, sustainable development, and the green transition, a discussion on creating the enabling, legal, educational, and infrastructural conditions for local content to thrive and drive Suriname's sustainable development goals. Before we start off with the discussion itself, I would like to give this panel just a brief moment, very short, to introduce yourself, where you're from, and of course your role. This is a big panel, that's why I'm standing here. So just give you, just like the last panel said, let's keep it short, simple, and conversational. I like that one.
Yeah.
Let's start with the only lady here in the midst of us.
I'm used to being around a lot of men. I worked in investment banking. I originally from Jamaica and New York City. I been coming to Suriname since 2016, assisting with the government and local agencies. Yes.
Hi, my name is Sheldon Davis, Guyanese. I've worked in oil and gas for over 11 years. Started my career in Nigeria, working for a conglomerate called Century Group. And now I'm the managing director for a local company in Guyana.
Hi, my name is Anthony G., co-founder and CEO of Concept House Holdings. I spent probably a third of my career working on Wall Street, doing finance, another third in venture capital, really financing companies and allowing them to grow and scale, and then the last third in real estate development, creating environments, real estate environments, commercial, residential, and industrial, focused around entrepreneurship.
I'm Carl Yearwood, originally from Guyana, then moved to the United States. In terms of career, I was the Xerox Federal Services Chief Information Security Officer before I moved over to Omni to work with Reggie, and I've been there for the last 11 years. So that's a bit for me now.
Hi, hello. Thank you, everyone. First, I want to thank the Energy Chamber for this forum and inviting me and having me here, and all those who, the effort that was put in to get this together. I'd like to thank them for that. My name is Reginald Vigilant. I am the founder and COO of an ICT company, Omni Systems. I'm originally from the Commonwealth of Dominica. Our company head office is in Virginia, USA, and we do business in the Caribbean. So I'm here to explore and work with the Surinamese people and see how we can have an exchange.
Thank you very much for your introduction. So let's start off with the this panel discussion. There are a number of things brought together in this topic. We have heard infrastructure, we have heard legal and regulatory environment, we have heard skills and education, and finding a common ground. And looking at your and hearing your expertise on a number of these topics, I think we can learn a lot, and we can hear also a lot of what you have experienced, what you contributed to, and what the lessons learned from what you have engaged with. But let's start with a very interesting point. Before the second panel discussion, we had the keynote address from Mr. Frankel. I think you have heard, all of you heard the keynote address of Mr. Frankel. And he was talking about energy as a prerequisite to local content development. So my question to you to start off, and of course, please feel free, who wants to start off with that point, is to kick off the discussion on creating the enabling conditions for local content. Do the panelists agree with this fundamental point? Because it was he made it very clear that in his view, energy is a prerequisite to local content development. And if energy is the prerequisite, can we realistically build hotels, boards, offices needed for local content. Can I give the floor? Who wants to go first? Yes, please, go ahead.
So I do think energy is very important. I'm not sure it's the most important, but it's certainly a big part of the mix. I think really creating clear laws around ownership of businesses, ownership of land, ownership of rights, ownership of, well, investment, I think that might be also a critical factor. But in my view, and so this is our firm's view, really entrepreneurship
Sorry,
has,
I think your mic should be a little bit lower. Yes.
entrepreneurship has to be unleashed. And so you have to really you have to empower people to be able to create their own opportunities. And so again, they need lots of resources to do that. Power is an important part of creating businesses and enterprises, but it's only one of the critical elements of that. Again, I think you need the legal and you need the legal and governance around legal infrastructure to really allow entrepreneurship to develop and flourish.
Yes, thank you. Anyone else that wants to add to this?
Right.
Yes, please.
I would also add to that, you talked about the laws. There should be, the country should make sure it plays that there are regulations and stuff for all the different investors and companies that are being anticipated to come into to Suriname. Make sure you have some sort of a registry, you know who those companies are, who their principals are, and all those sort of things. So some of the pitfalls that have happened in the past, so say a neighboring country like Guyana and some of the other countries who've gone through this, the same thing doesn't happen to Suriname. Let's learn from the mistakes of others so that we can be better.
All right, sorry for that. I just was notified that there was also an other speaker online who needs to also introduce himself, I think. It is a him. Just very short, brief. Yes.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Raymond Ward.
I think
work
you're
in the
muted.
FX Bank.
Yes. No, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Okay, thank you. I'm saying good afternoon again to everyone and the panelists and the audience here. My name is Raymond Ward. I work in the FX Bank CARICOM office covering the CARICOM region, including Suriname. So it's great to be here, and I'm looking forward to sharing some feedback based on the questions asked by the audience. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. All right, so so what we've heard here already is that it's not only about the power plants, it's not only about energy, that is clear. So let's start with the first one, and a very important part when we're talking about enabling conditions regarding local content is one of the things, of course, is what also mentioned in the title is infrastructure. If we're thinking about specifically physical infrastructure, transport links, port upgrades, waste management, digital networks, it's most crucial right now, of course, to support local businesses aiming to participate in the sector, energy sector, and the broader green transition. What are the biggest gaps? One of the things have been mentioned in the first panel was, of course, financing. Developing this wider infrastructure requires, of course, a lot of investment. How can Suriname realistically fund these projects? Because when we're talking about the fact that we have heard that from 2028, we will see a big revenue coming in, a large revenue from the oil and gas sector. But if you look at our economic situation right now, it's not one of the best, but still we need to be prepared for that moment between now and 2028. So there's a lot of financing required, there's a lot of more capacity needed to do this. Regarding this point, infrastructure, maybe I can start on my right hand side for right hand, yes.
Yes. So I believe in foreign guarantee programs, having international companies join with the locals here. They're more experienced, they're more qualified, they have the technology to help enhance the growth of the country and to produce what is needed for the oil and gas and the various industries that comes along with it. Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe, yes.
So also I think it's very important, for example, from Guyana, from 2015, when we had our first finding, to 2020, majority of our operation was done through the port of Chaguaramas. And within that 5 years, Guyana lost almost $700 million. Currently, Exxon, which is the operator for Guyana, had developed or partnered with two shore bases, which we now have, which is Gisby, and secondly, which is Veshi. And those two ports now handle majority of that $700 million logistic when it comes to infrastructure. So the point I'm trying to make is to ensure that the EPC contractors, which are the tier 1 contractors, we're speaking about oil and gas, need to work with local businesses that have the infrastructure, minor infrastructure, figure out a way to create a letter of intent that helps businesses now to go to financial institutions that has the capacity to develop a port facility or a warehouse facility or a waste management facility. And I think those are the common factors that can help drive infrastructure development without government being the forefront of this new boom that Suriname has.
So I'm hearing a lot of collaboration. I hear a lot of partnership. Yes?
Yeah, I think it's really important to understand the supply chain. And so I live in Atlanta, and Atlanta has the world's busiest airport. And we had a mayor, Maynard Jackson, that basically mandated that basically anytime you do a big part of that airport from a construction, development, retail standpoint, you're going to have a local partner. And so that created significant wealth in really the black community of Atlanta, probably the most number of black millionaires in the country, maybe in the world, I'm not sure. But really, so when you think about real estate development or the building of an airport, you not only have the sort of general contractor, you have the electricians, you have the plumbers, you have the waste disposal, you have a whole host of things. And so as you think about the supply chain of the oil and gas industry, there are also the ancillary industries. And so it's very important that local companies participate in each and every aspect of that building and development. That's really the only way that you're going to create wealth. But you have to understand that supply chain. You have to make sure you build up the skill sets. And even when joint ventures are done, they can't just be done by name. They have to be done in terms of really developing an expertise, right? And so you start off maybe as a sub, and then you become a prime. But it's very important that you're building up your management talent, your back office talent, your capabilities, and you're always growing. You're not just sort of a name on a document, but you are truly developing your internal capabilities as a company.
Yes. And just a second, going back to what you said about Guyana, one of the things that Suriname needs to be careful of it's great to partner, but also there must be some equity, because if you remember with Exxon and Guyana, most of the revenue is going to Exxon and not to the Guyanese. And even in Guyana, there are so many Chinese companies taking over now, and they're bringing in their own people to do the work. So the Guyanese are still sitting on the outside looking in. And I'm worried about, in case of Suriname, the same thing happening there. Because I was there last weekend after nearly 8 years, and everywhere I turned was something Chinese there, even to the point where they're building their own complexes to bring in their labor force and live. And then you look on the other side, the locals are still sitting there in the same kind of position they've been in the last 15, 20 years, because they're not getting anything out of the collaboration.
Yes. Thank you. Maybe I can also go to Mr. Ward, because of course you're representing the Afrexim Bank, and of course we're talking about financing, and we have already heard some key positions regarding collaboration, partnership, but making sure that there's enough space for local companies to participate, but still financing is a big issue also for the local companies, and that could be acquired through partnership, but not in a way that we lose, as local companies, that we lose grip of things and that we are taken over, as I've heard. What are your points of view on this?
Yeah, so my view on this is you need immediate solutions and then you need long-term solutions. One of the other panelists mentioned, you want to develop your business to grow to the point where you then become direct contractors. But in the immediate sense, we need solutions like supply chain finance. Let's say local companies don't have the capacity to meet the payment terms of the IOCs or international companies. You can get an institution to come in and provide that supply chain finance that allows them to get their payments early, they get their cash flow, and they can continue their business. They may not have the capacity to have a receivable outstanding for 90 days. And on the back of the IOCs, an institution could come in and say, okay, I have an SPM, I have a Total, I can discount their payables for them so that they can pay their suppliers and maintain their cash conversion cycle that they are used to operating with. That's an immediate solution. But in the long term, I think the local companies need to focus on building capacity and becoming investment ready so that they themselves can come and face the Afrexim Bank. They can face the local banks and say, okay, I have my audited financials, I have my business plan, I have all of the technical requirements to access financing directly. So the mindset has to shift from being a small business to being, how do I grow to become a company that can directly access financing? And we also need to think about building capacity in the local financial sector. How do we capacitize the banks to come up with trade finance solutions like supply chain financing, forfeiting, factoring, to support the local companies who have the capacity, they have the skills, they have the ability to service these contracts, but maybe some of the solutions aren't in place for them. So with institutions like the Afrexim, we can come in and support the local banks with trade facilitation lines to say, okay, you can offer LCs, you can offer factoring solutions. And this is how we support indirectly the local sector through the financial institutions to access some of those contracts while they're building capacity to be able to face us or larger institutions directly as they grow their business along with the industry.
Yes, thank you very much. I don't know if you also want to add.
I think most of it was already said, but what I think, we have partnership. The speaker earlier today talked about the Afrexim speaker who spoke to that they have so many billions of dollars they can give to Suriname. But the small 2-3 person business doesn't have access to those funds because Afrexim has a lower limit of how much money it's going to spend. You're not going to give, say, $5 million to a 1 or 2 person company. So I think the government itself needs to get into some program, perhaps with Afrexim, have a pool of funds that it now can use to disperse to those smaller companies, create friendly loans for them, teach them financial literacy so they understand accounting, they understand to do that, the operation of the business and the technical side of the business, the separation of those two. Because most of us who start businesses tend to do it because we have the technical knowledge, we have the skills. We don't necessarily come with the business acumen to start a business. Over time you learn it like I did, but so you need to build that and for the small businesses and create that comfortable space for them where the government becomes the guarantor of some of those funds.
Yes, thank you. So one of the things, because there are a number of things that we need to cover, but one of the things that of course you also adhere to is regarding legal and regulatory environment. Very important. Looking at that point, the regulatory, legal and regulatory environment, we know that historically, I think in both countries, that it hasn't always, that we're not always able to adhere diligently to policies. How important is regulatory consistency, clear enforcement, not just new laws, for building the confidence local partners need to invest in local content development? Yes.
I think it's important that I'm an investor to Suriname, and as an investor, we shouldn't be chased away right from the bat. And I think local content needs to have a phased approach. Cannot allow, if I'm speaking as a Suriname standpoint, other businesses that are similar like mine just to come in and work freely. They must be, for instance, for example, Guyana's local content law, it has a phased approach based on services. If EPC or a Tier 1 contractor wants water, they must buy the water from local. So if the government is putting in systems in place, is to obviously put 100% and understand what are the technical services, non-technical services, what are the skilled labor, semi-skilled labor, and the policies, which you have a policy, but you don't have a legislation currently in Suriname, and it's being driven by majority of the IOCs here in Suriname. As I approach each one of the IOCs and oil and gas companies, the first thing they speak about is local content. They don't matter if you are really good at what you do, but if you're not a technical company such as a Tier 1 contractor, you're not exempt. But if you are a supply chain company with non-technical skills, you must find a local partner to collaborate with in order for you to be successful in coming to Suriname and starting your business.
Very interesting. Maybe to add to this before you go, because what I also hear the past months and even past year, to your point, is there's also a lot of discussion because we don't have a local content policy or law as yet. But you do hear in the discussions from, do we really need that? Is it not enough that skills transfer, local participation, and value creation can achieve by other means like contract negotiations or existing regulations? So adding that to my first question, because I know some of you already have that experience with Guyana, but also with other countries. Please elaborate a little bit on that.
Yeah, so great question. It's important, as much as it's, the first 5 years, our legislation only went in, I think it's 2021 it was passed. And prior to that, we were working freely. But if you are proactive local businesses, I encourage you to seek partnership internationally, or if you're an international business coming into Suriname, do that first. Because what's going to happen, it happened to me. When I came into Guyana as an international, I'm Guyanese, I had my international partner, I was providing a level of services that at one point I had to say, hey partner, we no longer can't partner in this service. So right away I have to remove myself and start an independent company away from my partner. So it's important to know that it's good and it's bad, but you have to know the skills level of services. If you're doing a technical services, like fabrication, welding, diving, ROV, yeah, it's okay. You can just come in and you don't necessarily have to partner with anyone because it's going to take 20 years, 30 years for, average about an actual diver, I think it's minimum 10 to 15 years, you must be able to qualify or experience. I'm pretty sure Guyana doesn't have it. We've only been in 10 years. So how can you go and tell an investor who have invested millions of dollars, resources, to give you or give me as a local person 50% of its company? So it's important to understand the level of services, and I believe this engagement I think we have the workshop coming up soon. It should be able to enable local companies to understand, along with foreign companies, to understand where the local content is going. Government also needs to play a critical part on updating the public and investors. This is the direction we're going every quarter, every 6 months, every year, until it's fully passed in Parliament. Then it becomes a local content law that we cannot deviate from. On top of that, that local content law is not set in stones. It has to be revisited every year, every 2 years, every 6 months, because based on your skill gaps, it's going to become more skilled labor is going to be generated locally. So obviously, as the skill develop in the country, you start shaving off some of the numbers that's supposed to go to the international companies.
Yes, please. Yes.
I also believe that a local content committee should be formed as well. I think that the government needs to be here listening to what we're saying so they could make notes to kind of put laws in place, because you really need the laws more than the policies.
Yeah.
And the contracts can be done, but it might not be the benefit of the local. So a big company comes in with all the experience and the local guy is there, but what is the percentage he's involved in? What does he get from partnership? 10%, 5%? That might be a lot that needs to go in place for that, to protect the locals so that they have a seat at the table and not under the table.
Very interesting point. So, as a committee, a kind of group with expertise that can help advise local companies when they're going into a contract with a partner, international partner, where is everything indeed according to the law, but also in a way that they can still benefit from this partnership.
Okay. And I think the Suriname Energy Chamber is doing a good job, and I think that they are positioned to become like a hub and that go-to place for the international companies as well as the locals to do a matchmaking. Because right now I have a few companies that do servicing from Nigeria, and we need to identify a local partner here for them to join with, and the only place I can reach out to is the Energy Chamber from Mr. Olmberg's entity. Yes.
Please, gentlemen.
Yeah, I think it has to be mandated. I think if there's not a mandate, then it really will generally not happen. But it's not easy, right? It's not easy because a lot of the local companies will not have the skill set expertise today. But the only way they're going to get it is if they can participate in a meaningful way in contracts and in businesses that allow them to learn, grow, and scale. So again, we hear this a lot in terms of the companies don't exist today, but the only way that they ever get that experience and exposure is to have the experience and exposure, right? And so it doesn't happen any other way.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just to add to that, it needs to be a collaboration between the private and public sector. You get, if you're going to put together a local content group to oversee some of that, you should have expertise from both sectors, at least, so that you have the experience and you'll be able to make this happen.
Yes. Mr. Ward or anyone else who want to add to this?
Yeah, so I think the point is well covered, but I think one of the key things is it has to be measured and scalable. You have to firstly identify that skill gap, and you have to build the capacity in that skill gap, while not hindering international companies' ability to come in and to start to invest and to operate. You don't want to discourage investment. You don't want people to come and say, hey, it's difficult for me to do business here. The locals don't have capacity. I can't bring my expertise in. So you have to have a framework, as one of the panelists mentioned, that is scalable. So you start where you're at now, you identify those skill gaps, and you build capacity over time in the local market. And as you said, there needs to be public and private partnership agreement.
Yeah.
When you build that framework out, if you're having a working group come together, you need persons with experience, persons from other countries to come in and say, hey, this is what happened in Guyana, this is what happened in Nigeria, and this is how we can support you in building out, based on our own experiences, what a local content policy should look like in 1 to 5 years, 5 to 10 years, and then in 15 years.
Yes, thank you. Being mindful of time, we also want to give the opportunity to the public to add something, and I've seen that the president of the Suriname Energy Chamber wants to add. Is there a mic? Where's the microphone? Yes, Mr. Orlando. I know that he is very, he's jumping almost off his chair. Go ahead, Mr.
No, that is a very important thing I heard tonight is that money is not a problem. I like that money is not a problem. But I think that the one thing that was really emphasized on, and I think it's emphasized by almost every member, is that capacity is the problem. So we're talking about bridging the gap. And if I'm looking right now in Suriname, for instance, the Total Energy did IBS, Industrial Baseline Study, but that Industrial Baseline Study basically is for Total Energy, is to make sure that they are prepared. If a state-owned company is doing some study, did also a study. So my question is, who will finance the gap to do capacity building? Because, like, for instance, if Afrexim Bank is putting in $5 billion, and that's great, to help companies to reach, have more, to be a part of local content, but who will finance the gap? Who will finance the gap of capacity building?
Who wants to, please?
Raymond.
Who wants to go first?
I can start.
Mr. Ward, then we'll go. Let's go to Mr. Ward and then to the panelists here. Yes, Mr. Ward. Interesting question.
Okay, thank you. No, very interesting, and it's one of the ways that we work, and as a matter of fact, a key way in which a Afrexim Bank is able to deploy financing into an economy is through partnerships with local banks, partnerships with governments, decentralized banks. I think someone on the panel mentioned earlier, maybe through the government or another bank, if a fund can be created, we can finance all of the local content development, initiatives through that institution, whether it's a development bank, whether it's a central bank, a government, or a local bank, or a collection of them, where the capacity building can happen at their level, where they're at in the market. We are able to get the funds down to that level through other institutions who are willing to partner with. So that's the first way in which we work, as I mentioned earlier. And so we've been working with financial institutions in Suriname to see where are the gaps in the financing sector. How are you currently reaching the SMEs? What are the challenges? And I think, as I mentioned earlier, one of the things that's highlighted is investment readiness. So companies, they don't have their financials or other requirements in place. So is there an institution, is there a body who's supporting people in building out these things, building out their financial planning, building out their financial statements, their business planning, so that the banks can comfortably come to them and say, okay, we can support you through these fundings from Afrexim Bank to build you up to the point where you can face a larger institution directly. So there needs to be somebody who steps up to say, you know what, I want to facilitate this capacity building. I have the ability to implement a program, and I can go to the financial institutions or Afrexim Bank and access funds to say, listen, this is what I want to do. So just quickly, we have an SME program as well that operates in the same way, but as a part of that, we also offer technical support, technical capacity building to say, okay, this is how you can access larger markets. This is how you can prepare yourself as a business to access funding. This is how we can grow your network to not only support Suriname, but we can connect you with buyers and sellers from the continent. We can support you in all of these ways. So to answer your question, it's through partnership and collaboration. A local entities need to step up and come to us and say, hey, we want to support these players in the market. We want your assistance. How can we work together to make this happen?
Yes, just, yep.
I'll give a quick example. In Jamaica, we have the Jamaica Stock Exchange. And the stock exchange is focused on the locals. And everyone is included in financing each other's businesses. So you'll have a small business that wants to start, that has a great idea, and the locals are buying shares into that company. You could set up the Suriname Stock Exchange, and I've been engaging with the Jamaica Stock Exchange already that would love to come here and showcase what they've done in Jamaica, which has helped reduce poverty 40% and crime has gone down 40%. So I think that would be a good way of inclusion for everyone. So you have a company, but then I invest in your company to help that company grow. So if they're not as savvy to get into the banking system with getting loans, we can set up something like a Suriname Stock Exchange so that everyone becomes included into the wealth building and the development of Suriname.
Yes, I know that.
Yeah, I think it's also going to be important to attract private capital, and so that could be venture capital, private equity, other investment funds, because typically what happens is banks look at your balance sheet, lots of things that aren't necessarily growth oriented. And so I think that's why there's a need for, and even private debt, because these vehicles tend to be a little more flexible in terms of the way in which they view your operation. And so I think there's going to be a need for a level of private capital, which could even be funded by the government, so through a sovereign wealth fund, or private debt fund, or private equity fund, or venture capital fund, because I think these tools will be needed to really get to the flexibility that you need in terms of developing these enterprises at this level.
Yes. Thank you. So, being mindful of time, because we are falling a little bit behind, but I just want to ask each of you to round this panel discussion up. Please mention me to the audience one key action that is required right now for Suriname regarding this topic of local content between now and the coming 2 years. And I want to give each of you the opportunity. Just short, simple. Let's start with one.
A focus on the people. Everyone should be included, and focus on the law of this country so that the IOCs don't impose. Suriname should be the one taking charge of their country, their resources, and the law.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
For me, I believe the local content supply development center should be top of the list, which will help those who want to be in oil and gas, doesn't know anything about oil and gas, but have a business. I think that's probably the number one thing that can help drive the supplier base and people to understand what's happening.
Very interesting point. I love that.
Yeah, you said 2 years, but I think it's really about creating a plan, and maybe that plan is 10 or 15 years out. And so you start one place today, but really, where do you want to be going into the future? What types of companies do you want to grow and develop? What type of capacity do you want to grow and develop into? What specific supply chain areas do you want to grow and develop into? And how do you do that? And so you start today with a 6-month, 12-month, 24-month plan, but really should be a 10 or 15-year strategy and plan that you implement.
The roadmap, what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
All right.
I
yes.
take it a little differently for me and my expertise. I think you need to develop a cybersecurity framework very soon, because companies need to know, as I'm coming to invest into Suriname, my intellectual property, etc., is secure. The citizens of Suriname also need to know that their data is secure. And as you implement the local content systems, it's going to be mostly digital. And you don't want all this new infrastructure to be hit with like a ransomware attack. It's not going to be cheap, but then think about a ransomware attack may cost you more than what it would cost you to implement security.
All
That's the way I
right,
see
thank
it.
you. Yes.
I would start a workforce development program and concentrate, start it at the local university, look at the curriculum, look at the skill sets that we will need to get to where we need to go, and start cultivating that now.
All right. Yes, very important. Mr. Ward, closing off with you.
Yes.
Whoops.
Oh.
We lost him.
And then we lost him. At just the point where you wanted to say something. Okay. Too bad, but certainly we'll get him. We try to get him back, but okay, we definitely lost him and the connection. So yes, technology indeed. So we have heard a number of things that I think that already showcases the priorities that Suriname needs to adhere to in the coming period, the coming months, years, in order to get our things in order and to be able to fully participate in the benefits that all of this can bring to our country. Thank you again very much for your participation in this panel. It was very valuable. I know that you, as the public, still have some questions, but feel free to engage with our panelists as we're going now into our lunch break that will be announced by the MC. Thank you again. Give them a warm applause. Thank you.
Good job. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
We got to talk. I didn't know you were going to get it. Good job.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you. Yeah.
Continuing our program, we're going to have a 30-minute lunch break, and after that have a workshop breakout sessions. And be free to register at the front. In room 1, we have input on defining local content, a shared perspective for Suriname, which is going to be coordinated by Mr. Ollenberg and Meneer Abelieve. In the second room, we're going to have a workshop on online platform for local content by Noel. She's going to coordinate that part. So feel free to register. We're going to have a short lunch break and be back in the different breakout rooms by 1:30. Ja, en we gaan verder met het programma. I think we can continue with the program. I think everyone had their lunch. We did the small talks, and I think we can continue with the program. I think everyone registered for the workshops, right? In the breakout rooms. So I think we can continue with that. And Mr. Ollenberg and Mr. Abeleven, are you ready to coordinate the part of the workshop? And mevrouw, Miss, the lady from Knoll, are you ready to coordinate that part of the workshop? So in room 1, we're looking for input on defining local content, a shared perspective for Suriname. And Mr. Ollenberg and Mr. Abeleven, they're going to coordinate that. We're looking for data, we're looking for input to draft a roadmap for local content. And in room 2, we have an online platform for local content by Noel. And that's going to be coordinated by the director of the organization called Noel. I'm sure you guys registered, so we're going to start now. Please feel free to go into the breakout rooms and start the different discussions. Again, I want to re-emphasize that the objective of this conference is to draft a roadmap that is going to be presented to the government. And it's a roadmap for local content policy, for a local content policy. So that's why I would urge you to participate in the workshops. We really need your input. I see some people sitting down. Meneer Van Dun, with the lovely lady next to you. Have you guys registered? Hebben jullie geregistreerd? Dus ik wil benadrukken dat de mogelijkheid er bestaat om te registreren. We gaan nu beginnen. We hebben jullie input nodig. I see someone dancing there. Mr. McDonald. we are going to continue. We gaan verder met het programma. Ik wil benadrukken dat we pas om 4 uur stoppen met het programma. Dus alsjeblieft niet weglopen. Er zijn nog een aantal sessies. Next on the program is a roundtable of industry leaders. So I would like to ask everyone kindly to be seated. Kunt u alsjeblieft plaatsnemen, zodat we verder kunnen gaan met het programma? Kunt u alsjeblieft plaatsnemen zodat we door kunnen gaan met het programma? I want to ask everyone to be seated so we can continue with the program. Okay. The following part of the program is a roundtable with industry leaders, and the topic is aligning business insights into local content framework. I would like to invite Orlando to come to the floor, come to the podium. So there's going to be a change in the program. I would like to invite Mr. Hercules Mendeas to the stage. He's going to do a presentation on closing the gaps, opportunities from Block 58, and local content studies. He is a representative of Total Energies here in Suriname. So would you give them a warm applause?
Yes, hi. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank for the organization to invite us to do this presentation regarding the Block 58. So Total Energies AEMP Suriname is doing a lot of efforts to put in place this project. So today the intention is that we can share a little bit with you, not only about the project, a little bit about the Total Energies, maybe you know just part of what the company does. So the intention is to present a little bit more flavor about the company as well. And of course, to speak about what we are doing and what we are envisaged for the Suriname development in terms of local content, which is the subject that, in our view, it's really, really important. So today we are going to see this context and a little bit about Total Energies. Also the Gramo-Urgu project, that is in fact the name of the project for the Block 58. And a little bit about our local content program and how we can see, based on this, on this round context related to cover the gaps or try to cover the gaps. So it's a big challenge, but we are trying and doing our best, okay? So a little bit about Total Energies. So you may know that the company is not focused anymore in oil and gas. So oil and gas is one of our pillars and still one of our main business, mainly on the exploration and production. So the company, it's a worldwide company and with business in all the continents. So here in the South America, we have a big presence of Total Energies in several countries, Brazil, Argentina, Bolivia, and now in Suriname as well. So we are working since 2015 to be an integrated company. So not only working on oil and gas, but also developing other kind of energies. So for us, energy savings and also integration of different kind of sources is one of the main elements for the future. And our ambition is also to keep oil and gas as the base of our development because, of course, this is going to be one of the elements for the transition to the more sustainable conditions in future. So as you can see that the oil and gas is still in the heart of our strategy for the future. So for 2030, it's going to represent 8% of our business. But also electricity is growing as part of this integrated process, not only with the renewables, but also with other kind of business, like, for example, B2B electricity. So it's very strong in Europe. Now it's becoming strong also in US. But the exploration and production is still very strong. Who knows that in future we can also develop other business here related to the electricity or power generation that is not focused only on the exploration and production. In terms of Suriname oil and gas context, so the company is today working on mainly 5 different blocks. So we have very recently this campaign that made in Macau, so in the block 64. We are developing block 58 as part of the implementation of the project. We also recently farming on the block 53, which is also part of the strategy to integrate and increase the development of block 58. And of course, there are other companies, oil and gas or majors, working in the country like Chevron, Petronas, other IOCs, which is good because we can also create some good environmental for the business itself and sharing resources and also contribute for the country, but also to increase the competition for the what comes in future, because we know that the country still have several areas to be contracted, and it's interesting to have more and more companies to participate on that. So today we have, as you know, our main development is the block 58. So we are positioning in a very good, I would say, portfolio of business in block in the E&P blocks here in Suriname, offshore. And I think this is something that we will develop and be more, you're going to increase more in future. So we have also the shallow water on block 6 and 8. That's something that we start to discuss right now, how to do and how to implement this development. So, as I mentioned, the block 53 that we recently farming, and the block 64 that we started some exploration. It's still not success, but who knows in future. So, one of the main points, and it's important when we are talking about an investment like GranMorgu, is to deliver, you know? So we are working in a context where the country has some gaps that we are going to discuss a little bit. And what is important for us is to put the efforts to deliver the project. So deliver the project, you're going to unlock some opportunities, not only for the local business, but also for us in terms of continuous development in other not only in other projects here as new potential future developments, but also eventually in other business. So we don't know yet what's going to happen in future. We are discussing with the partners for the development of eventually other blocks that are still in operations or continues the exploration. One thing that is important, the other companies are starting that exploration as well, other IOCs. So we have the exploration from Chevron starts right now, and also Petronas that is ongoing with their appraisals. And it's important also to share the results and to share this information, and also see what each company is planning to do in terms of such developments. So, in terms of GranMorgu project, for us, it's really a big challenge. It's one of the main projects that we are running right now in the world. We have projects, for example, in Namibia, and also Mozambique, also in Uganda. But it's particular the case that Suriname, because this is, as we used to say, it's a new frontier, it's something new, not only to find and to have economic reserves to explore, but also to make the project happen, and also to creating value to the country. So we are talking about a project in terms of CapEx that's 10.5 billion. If you consider future OPEX in actual value, it's much more, so 14 billion. So it's a lot of resources. So we estimate 1 to 1.5 billion spent in terms of local spends, so something that we're going to be hired not only by the main contractors, that we are going to need the base, all the services related here in Suriname, but also for us directly to execute part of our strategy to develop in Grã-Morgu, not only to be a project that will unlock, I would say, this offshore development, but also investing on the local communities, investing on the local content, investing on the social responsibility. So we have all this commitment, and for us, it's fundamental to develop and deliver the Grã-Morgu as we have planned. So one of the points is, and I believe you know already, that Suriname is a small country, yeah? So we have some limited capacity in some areas, especially for the ones directly related to oil and gas industry. This is something that we need to work together and to put in place some plans to develop those areas. By the way, we are doing that. We're going to show some examples. And of course, we invite everybody to participate and to be with us on this journey. So I think you know already about the project, but we're going to keep some figures here. So this is a project related to a 220,000 barrels of oil per day. So if you can compare with the actual production onshore by Staatsolie, it's really big. Even the part from Staatsolie that's 20% as our partner, it's much more than what they are producing with very good results here onshore, to show the dimension of this project for the country. So we are going to produce this in a very low emissions. So we are estimating around 16 kilograms of CO2 per BOE. So it's one of the world-class projects related to this aspect of low emissions. So it means that we are not going to flare when we are in routine production. It means that if you need to flare, it's because of an emergency. We cannot give up to have a safety element like flare, but the emissions, the continuous emissions, is going to be low. So we used to present this slide in all the events that we are participating, because these show all the phases related to the project. You know that the project like this take time. So until we have 100% sure that the reserves are proven and economical viable, it takes some time. Huh? So we spend here, we are celebrating this year 5 years in the country. So during this period, we already did some movements in collaboration with this commitment of the local content. For example, to bring our logistics from Trinidad to the country. So today, we have already signed the contract for a base for the long term here. By the way, this is one of the key elements for the success. If you don't have a good base, if you don't have access to the river, and we cannot develop in this base everything that we need to do, it will be really complicated to reach the results. But just to show that we have already create value in the country in these last 5 years. So we spend more than $150 million in this process. So we create, nowadays, this number is a little bit more. So we have, and we are receiving more and more people, including the locals. So today we have around 50% of our workforce of locals in Total Energies. So it means that we are committed. By the way, the women are the majority, which is nice to see. And also creating directly jobs that are also important, not only to move the supply chain in general, but also to demonstrate that we can identify, we can generate jobs and generate value, looking for the local companies and bring them also to support their development, not only participate on the project, but participate on the day-to-day activities of the company and raising the awareness of necessary certifications, qualifications, in order that they can be awarded for the activities, for the contracts that we have or that we are going to issue. It's also important to mention about the other phases. So today we are in the project phase. On the execution phase, we are going to have the production during 22 years. So it means that it's not a short journey. We are going to stay here for quite a long time. And also the decommissioning phase that we expect that take long, but one day it's going to arrive. But I'm quite confident that Suriname is going to have much more projects than Grão-Morgu. Grão-Morgu is just the first one, and it's already big. So just to give you a little perspective about what we are talking about, how we are spent these amounts related to the 10.5 billion. So basically, all the job related to the geosciences, the reservoir part that you can see on the left in green, it's done. So what we are doing nowadays is to optimize the way that we are going to drill, so the positions of the wells, in order that we can have a very clear and the best as we can, the access to the reserves. So starting to the drilling, we have already secured 2 drill ships that are going to work for us during almost 3 years, 2.5, 3 years, starting next year. So it represents $3.5 billion. And those are going to be used most of the time for Block 58, but eventually also for some exploration that we decide to do using one window of opportunity during the planning. So then we have all subsea. So it's something a little bit new for the country because everything here is onshore. So subsea means all the installations that we are going to do to connect the wells that are on the seabed with the production facility, that is the FPSO. So it means that manifolds, pipes, valves, Christmas tree, all this equipment is now being manufactured and going to be brought to the country in order to be installed. So it represents a lot of activities that we're going to have. So we are not going to see these on the sea because we are far from the position, but you are going to see these movements on the bases. So all this equipment arriving. It represents, during the installation, around 2,000 voyages from the base to the offshore site location of Boeing's 747. So 2,000 voyages go and back forth to take the material. So it's just to give you an idea, the amount of material, the amount of things that we are going to do. Of course, we are not going to do with planes, we are going to do with the boats. So during this installation of subsea, we are going to have 2 installation boats, which is fundamental. These installation boats we're going to drop more than 200 kilometers of pipes and all this equipment, which is more than the perimeter of Paramaribo. Yeah, it's really big. So, and the third part is the FPSO, that the only thing that we can see from the sea, when you pass on the plane or if you are passing by, if there is some opportunity to pass by, you're going to see only the FPSO. Okay. And the FPSO is being manufactured in China and should arrive here January 2028. So the project is spread around everywhere in the world. So we have things being manufactured in Brazil, other things being manufactured in China, so engineering in Kuala Lumpur. So a lot of activities being done worldwide. In Europe, so all the controls, subsea controls being done in Norway. So it's a lot of activities, so it's a really world-class project. So here's some pictures, what is being done, what's being manufactured. So their side, on left side, you can see the hull. So it's already delivered. It's now being prepared to receive what we call topsides. That is the process plant to separate the oil, gas, and water in future. So we have turbines. We have civil works being done nowadays on KPF. So it's something to prepare what's coming in future. We're going to have a big area of chemicals in KPF. We're going to have a big area for pipes, drilling, also for future operations. So we see that we have already Christmas tree being tested. So they are being manufactured. We are going to have more than 30 wells. So we are going to have a lot of Christmas trees. Some of them already being finalized in terms of manufacturing. This is just a timeline of the project for you to understand that nothing happens at the same time. So it's a sequence of activities. It's something difficult to explain sometime, but I think this timeline shows the storytelling, what is going to come, until we can have the sail away from China of the FPSO. And when the FPSO arrives, we are going to connect the first wells in order that we can have the first oil up to the mid of 2028. So in terms of jobs, just looking for Total Energies. So this is what, in terms of workforce, we are going to mobilize in our team, just for Total Energies. So it means that during the construction, we're going to have a peak during in 2028, where we're going to have not only people contracted, but also expats and local team, local staff, to participate on the project. So my team, that's going to be the future production team. For example, I have already 3 ladies working with me in being developed to become field operations engineers in specific areas. And we have the ambition to have 10 people, locals, in a group of 30, 33. So it's almost 30% just to start, when we start the production, for locals. So here is part of my team during the training here in our office. So we are investing not only to hire, but also to train them. This is our commitment. This is what we are going to see in terms of local content right now. So everybody talk about IBS, so Industrial Baseline Survey. This is what we did as well. As usual, all the countries that we start some development, like here in Suriname, we work with our partners to implement, not to implement, but to do the IBS. But the IBS is not an implementation of anything. IBS is just a photography. As you are doing right now, we can take a photography of the country in terms of supply chain, in terms of capacity to provide the workforce, and then we analyze this information. But without doing this study, it's impossible to create any program. And this is what we did in 2024, and this year, the beginning of this year, we decided to implement a local content program. So from the IBS information to create a program to implement initiatives that you're going to have some impact on the local economy. How we did that? We did that analyzing the information and applying some methodologies to make sure the information we have identified makes sense. I'm going to give you some examples. This is the charter of the supply chain, okay? And during the IBS, we try to identify, of course, it's a picture again, it's not 100% accurate, but we try to identify the supply chains in the country that more or less mature. So everything in green you see are more mature. But it doesn't mean that there is no gaps. And there are some gaps. And on the other side, in blue and red, it's something that or doesn't exist or are very weak, I would say. For example, when we go to supply vessel services, we are going to have 25 supply vessels on the peak. It means that if we do not have services to maintain those supply vessels running, it means that we are not going to be sustainable enough to support the planning we have to put the GranMorgu in place. So it means that certification, repair, tank cleaning, several works that we need to have, we don't have here, or we are marginally organized to have this. So thinking on that, we identified some of those groups that we need to work more closely. For example, this one. Here, just to show you that we try to put some groups in terms of supply chain based on this analysis to make sure we are working on the right groups. For example, oil and gas group is one that we need to work. We know that some companies are already working for the refinery, for the projects in onshore fields, but it's not enough because offshore is another animal. Offshore, the challenges are different. The engineering is not the same. The certification requirements are different. So we need to develop a little bit more and work deep on this way. In terms of project jobs, so what we analyze and we estimate, and it's a very important message. Again, these 6,000 jobs that we are estimating are coming on different steps, in different moments, and also some of them are completely indirectly. Part, or the main part, is what we call induced. So all hotels, everything that is working on the supporting tourism, restaurants, housing. So everything related to that is someone that is difficult for us to capture, but it's induced one. So the core one that's going to be directly and indirectly will come for the main project, the main contractors we have on the project. I still have some slides. So I'll try to accelerate because the time is flying. So here, just to show you that I mentioned that we're going to have installation vessels, supply vessels, that is really, really fundamental. And the base, so today we have already our base and Saipem, that is going to be our supplier, main contractor to do the installation, already secured their base in country. And here are the main areas that we are working today based on our Total Energy Suriname local content program. So they are tangible. We have 14 initiatives. Some of them we didn't start yet. Some of them are combined. But the main activities are related to those 6 points. So one of them, for example, we are already working in collaboration with the Minister of Oil and Gas and Minister of Education to make sure we can create capacity to quickly form technicians, engineers, people that will work on those and gonna get those jobs that I have showed to you. So we are trying to review the curriculum, shrink the program, and make sure it's feasible, because one of the problems is that the students are dropping out because they need to work. And of course, we already shared this with the IOCs, we already shared this with the government, and we are going to put in place something specifically on that. One question that we have all the time is, where are those jobs? So I showed to you, but one thing that we are going to do very soon is to create or to open a website where all the positions, at least from our main contractors, looking for their commitment, because each contractor has a commitment in their contracts for the local content, show the positions that we are going to have from now up to 2028 in all areas, not only engineering area, but HR, finance, etc. So we are preparing what we call energyjobs.sr. So this site will soon be ready and available to everybody to look what positions is coming, and of course, in this case, there is no more question where I can find the information. The information will be on this website. We are participating on Blue Wave, that is an initiative that already exists, and we are also calling our main contractors to participate and cohort for the future. It's, again, and we have this explanation, that is not a guarantee if you participate on Blue Wave that you are qualified to be a contractor. So it's just one step. And also we are working, and I see some faces here that are participating as well, on our supply vessel workshop we did 2 weeks ago. And now we have one task force to prepare and an action plan where we are going to call the companies to work on this subject. So we need repair companies, we need certifications for the instruments, for the calibration of the equipment. We need, as I said, the tank cleaning. And the companies need to be ready to get those, or to participate on those bids, okay? We have a plan, so it's impossible also to develop all of these at the same time. For example, we are going to start one initiative also for the laboratories looking for the environmental and the oil and gas business, because we need the laboratories to help us with such a specific analysis, and it's some area that we are not well covered here. It's something to come, and it's on the pipeline. So our program is being implemented, so with support of Statsoli, with the ministers, with the other IOCs we have shared. We are trying to attract as well the companies in terms of gaps that can work with you guys, talking with the business sector. So if you are interested to get one of these opportunities, maybe alone you cannot, but eventually in partnership with others that have some knowledge, you can. And in terms of takeaways, I think our commitment is very clear. We want to create the in-country value, but to do that, we need to do that together. It's not only if everybody's awaiting Total Energy to do so, alone, no way. But we have our program, and we are implementing our program, and we invite you to jump in, to participate, to come, and to share with us your ideas, because, of course, we have our ideas. The workshop we did 2 weeks ago, we have more than 70 companies participating, not only locals, more than 30 locals, but some companies regionally that are interested to invest. So my message is get ready, because it will come, and if you are not going to get, someone will get, because we need to make the project a reality. And you need to prepare yourselves, and we are here together with our partners and together with the government to support this development. And our commitment is to cover and try to cover these gaps with our initiatives. Thank you so much. Sorry, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Hercules. The next session is a roundtable with industry leaders. And I would like to call forward Mr. Orlando Ollenberg, who's going to be the moderator. Can you give him a round of applause? Orlando Ollenberg. Oh, there's been a change in the program. And I would like to call forward Mr. Ebby Jones, who's the former ambassador of Suriname to Guyana. And to the front. And I would also like to call forward Mr. Ravin Ramnandalal of B4 Concepts Search. I would like to call Mila Bahadur Singh. She is the director of Ondernemershuis. Please give them a warm applause. And Mr. Stephen Debi Persad. Okay.
Of FES.
Of FES. And Mr. Dave Abelieven is going to be the moderator. I would like to emphasize that this is our last session, and Mr. Ollenberg is going to do the closing remarks. I would like to thank you from my part. My name is Mafrik Buyuku, and I was your MC for today. Thank you very much.
All right, so we will be rounding up with this important session. This is the roundtable discussion, as also seen in your program. Okay. All right, again, everyone, welcome. We have a number of minutes ahead. I wouldn't say a full hour. We are running behind schedule, but we'll do our best to keep it within an hour. Suriname is at, let me start by saying this. After my introduction remarks that will be in English, of course, we will have this discussion. It can be a mix of both English-Dutch, but it probably will be mostly in Dutch. So keep that in mind, please. All right, so we have Suriname is at a pivotal point with developments in energy and the push for sustainable growth. Local content is central to ensuring these developments translate into lasting benefits for Surinamese businesses and its people. This roundtable brings together some key voices, stakeholders from trade and industry, banking, the sector, the energy sector, entrepreneurship support, the regulator, and parliament. Our goal today is practical, to gather the diverse business insights and concrete recommendation on what an effective local content framework for Suriname should look like. What works, what will work, probably what doesn't, and what's essential from the perspective of these stakeholders, the representatives of the diverse organization. Before I start with the opening up the roundtable, I know that we still have one participant. He's on his way. Mr. Ramdan Lal. Welcome. Okay. I'll just give you, I think most of these people are very well known in our Surinamese society, but just give a very short introduction of only 10 seconds.
Okay.
We have to keep it short and simple, right?
Good. Ravin Ramnandalal, entrepreneur in consultancy, agriculture, and construction.
Stephen Ebipersat, and I'm an economist. I'm the chair of Suriname Business Forum, work at the university. I'm also the chair of Economists Association. Thank you.
Yes.
Mila Bahadur Singh. Ik ben de eigenaar van ondernemershuis Paramaribo. En sinds kort, sinds vorige week, trots ook Jong Entrepreneurshuis.
Oh, oké, dankjewel. Meneer Jones.
Ebo Jones, voormalige ambassadeur van Suriname in Guyana, a legal consultant, a member of parliament, you just name it.
Yes, my name is Orlando Olembera. I'm the chair of the Energy Chamber and a businessman.
Alright, dankjewel. Zo, dan zullen we van start gaan. Het is natuurlijk iets minder gestructureerd dan een panel, waar je bijna een soort vraag en antwoord hebt. Maar ik zal gewoon beginnen met een vraag of een statement. En ik geef natuurlijk, we starten dan daarmee. En natuurlijk op gegeven momenten zal ik dat ook natuurlijk zoveel mogelijk proberen te begeleiden. Ik denk niet dat het uit de hand zal lopen. We zijn hier respectabele en we kunnen ons punt maken. We kunnen onze ideeën inbrengen. We kunnen onze zienswijze inbrengen. En natuurlijk zal er wellicht een gezonde discussie daarover kunnen ontstaan. Maar dat moet allemaal kunnen. Dus dat is één. En uiteraard van tijd tot tijd zal het zijn dat ik misschien wellicht een ander onderwerp of een andere invalshoek inbreng, zodat jullie daarover verder op kunnen ingaan. Oké, startende, want we hebben eigenlijk, hiervoor hebben we een werkgroepdiscussie gehad. We hebben de hele ochtend, middag al gesproken over local content. En we weten dat het natuurlijk, dit is een conferentie die vooral gaat om local content. Maar vooral van jullie perspectief natuurlijk, want jullie vertegenwoordigen verschillende organisaties. Jullie vervullen verschillende posities, verschillende functies binnen de organisaties, maar ook binnen onze maatschappij. Wanneer jullie horen de term, wat we al vaker over hebben, local content, what does that practically mean for you, for your organization? Het gaat natuurlijk niet alleen om het scholen aantrekken van mensen, maar wat voor added value kan er gegeven worden wanneer we praten over local content? In jullie zienswijze, vanuit jullie organisatie, hoe kijken jullie daar tegenover? En misschien kan ik beginnen met meneer Ramdan en Lal en dan kunnen we zo verder en dan zo de discussie opstarten.
Ja, local content is natuurlijk een heel breed begrip. Iedereen heeft de mond vol van de afgelopen tijd. Voor wat het voor mij betekent als zijnde actief in het Surinaams bedrijfsleven en bedrijfsleven helpen om naar de next level van ondernemerschap te gaan. Ik denk dat het vooral gaat om het kunnen voldoen aan de specs en de eisen van de internationale multinationals en bedrijfsleven. Die werken met een certain standard of quality. En als je dat kan bereiken, dan kan je dat invullen en kun je opdrachten naar je toe trekken. En dat is dan even in een notendop local content voor mij.
Ik wil aansluiten op wat Raween zegt. Local content can be very broad. I want especially want to applaud the previous roundtable conference because at a certain point you all mentioned the importance to upscale your personnel so that Surinamese can deliver, can be the ones fulfilling the jobs and also can fulfill the role expected within local content. To shift back in Dutch. Omdat local content veel kan betekenen, moeten we een keuze maken. Die keuze moet ook strategisch zijn. Toen Suriname onafhankelijk werd, hebben we natuurlijk wel 5 jaar ontwikkelingsplannen gehad, maar wat we vergeten zijn, is een strategie bedenken voor 50 jaar. Straks 4 of 50 jaar onafhankelijkheid, maar waarschijnlijk is het net zo belangrijk om voor de komende 50 jaar wel een strategische keuze te maken. Deze begint wel bij de president van het land. De strategie moet wel gekoppeld worden, moet daarna gekoppeld worden aan plannen. Die plannen moeten sectoraal worden en vervolgens moeten ze leiden tot inclusiviteit. Inclusiviteit voor het ondernemerschap, maar zeker ook inclusiviteit voor de Surinamers die nu bestaan en wat betekent het voor de toekomst. Dit betekent dat je dus wel programma's zal moeten gaan uitrollen met een prijskaartje en vervolgens zal je wel moeten gaan communiceren. Dit zijn allemaal fragmenten die vandaag de revue zijn gepasseerd in verschillende paneldiscussies. Nu is het moment om daar invulling aan te geven om het waar te maken.
Yes.
Dankjewel. Voor mij is local content dat we een goede tweerichtingsverkeer gaan krijgen. Als ondernemer vind ik het belangrijk dat we goed kunnen aansluiten wat de behoefte is van ondernemers. Ik hoor steeds bij local content wat oliemaatschappijen willen. Maar ik hoor weinig wie voor ondernemers gaat opkomen. Hoe kunnen wij voldoen? We weten nu al in Suriname dat we niet voldoen aan wat oliemaatschappijen vragen. Maar waar komt die overgangsregeling? Hoe gaan we dat, weet je wel, want we horen mensen moeten gaan certificeren. Maar dan denk ik, wacht even, laat die oliemaatschappijen naar ons komen, naar het bedrijfsleven, naar ondernemers. Van hoe kunnen we jullie meenemen? Daar gaat het om. Het gaat er niet alleen om dat wij gaan voldoen aan, want we horen allerlei termen, no time for error of dat je moet. Maar hoe komen ze naar ons toe? Ze weten dat ze naar een land komen, zaken gaan doen, waar we nog niet zo ver zijn. Maar hoe komen we op dat niveau? Zonder dat we onze lokale ondernemers op kosten gaan jagen. Want er is geen geld daarvoor. We kunnen geen certificering betalen. Maar hoe gaan we dat doen? Dus eigenlijk wil ik dat er in dat beleid een soort toegangsregeling komt, voorlopig. Zodat, voldoen we niet, maar dat we toch de kansen krijgen.
Ja, dank u wel, meneer Jones.
Local content. Laat me aansluiten bij de rest, maar toch het laatste even daarop iets zeggen. We moeten juist niet wachten op die bedrijven om actief iets te doen. Wij moeten proactief zijn. Wij moeten als land voorbereid zijn op. At the end of the day, these guys are coming to your country to do business. Wij moeten ervoor zorgen dat we afdwingen datgene wat we denken dat we recht op hebben. En in de zin van local content moeten we zeker denken naar hoe kunnen we maximaal profiteren als land, als individu, van de mogelijkheden die gecreëerd zullen worden vanuit de oil and gas sector. Dat is die hele eieren. Maar dat is de positieve zijde ervan. Maar local content could also be a disaster. En dan ga ik u zeggen, op basis van mijn ervaring als ambassadeur in Guyana, wat ik daar heb meegemaakt. Op een gegeven ogenblik heb je een situatie, omdat we hebben gebeukt op local content in Guyana, althans de Guyanese, is er een situatie gaan ontstaan dat de simpele huisarts zo'n poli verhuisde van Georgetown kilometers verder, omdat hij meer verdiende door zo'n poli die ruimte te verhuren aan de multinationals. Dus door dat local content gedoe creëer je een andere situatie. Percelen en mogelijkheden om te wonen in Georgetown is 10 maal zo duurder geworden dan voorheen. Dus dat betekent dat je wel een elite situatie creëert, maar daaromheen je buitenring, daar heerst er armoede. Omdat die normale Guyanees niet meer in staat zal zijn om een huis te huren in Georgetown of een perceel te kopen. En omdat de demand zo groot is, wordt die buitenring verder weggeduwd. Dus ik moet aangeven dat als die regering het niet correct aanpakt, dat we in plaats van een zegen een hibi op ons krijgen. Dus ik wil wel ervoor pleiten dat er een balans gevonden wordt in het geheel. Zowel het positieve als het negatieve.
Ja.
I can find myself mostly in what has been said. I see local content as an opportunity, but it's also a threat at the same time. And let's start with the threat. The threat is that if you don't, we talk about local content because there is a multinational from outside coming in. They're coming with something that you don't have. And most likely we had it with Siralco. They're coming with something that can shift the economy. It's not the new thing. But you got to be prepared for it because it can be a threat that you can be your people. Surinamese, we're born here, not by choice of our parents and parents' parents. So this is our territory. And we need to make sure that within our territory, we make sure that the environment is an environment that the people of Suriname can thrive. Because even if we talk about the gold or the oil, we are the owners of the gold. We are the owners of the oil. So anybody coming from the outside to come in to work, you got to understand you're the owner. So the first thing, the threat that we have is that if we're not making rules and regulation, companies will come from outside and they will do what's in their interests. That's why it's our responsibility to make sure that we deal with some of the threats that they are to policy, etc. But at the same time, it's an opportunity, and this is the opportunity. The companies are coming with capacity, and that helps you to increase your own capacity. And if I look at China at some moment, they had enough laborers, they opened up their doors, and everybody came on with their knowledge. And when they came with their knowledge, they made sure they took some of the knowledge and they put on it, made in China. I'm in the renewable energy sector. I know that Rolls batteries are from the US. I import something from the US. When it comes here, stands on it, made in China. So they're using the capacity of someone else to increase their own capacity. So local content is for us to understand the threats and to deal with the threats, but at the same time understand the opportunity, and we make maximum use of the opportunities for the people of Suriname.
I want to especially emphasize, earlier today, Rudolph Elias, he mentioned the resource curse. That's also probably what EBU means. Everything with regard to natural resources has the tendency to become and remain a threat, a curse even. And especially with oil, this is in many countries the case. So this is the moment for Suriname to decide, what will I change, do differently than all my neighbors, because many Latin American countries have oil. What will I do different so that I am more successful than the others? What can I learn from them? But where am I different than Guyana, Ecuador, Colombia, and whatnot? Oil especially is that tool, that vehicle that makes a double, which is like a double-sided society with have and have-nots. People who already have degrees, capital, access to capital, some knowledge within oil and gas will become more successful, but the others maybe not. So that's the role for the government, to give a helping hand, to assist with the people who probably will be the part of the have-nots, so that they can also have some role from now up until 2030 and the future.
Precisely.
But if we leave it as it is, the part of society that's mostly called elite will become richer, billionaires, and the rest not. They will work for them, and then you'll have the double type of society, which is not good for Suriname because we have such a small population.
Daarom is het van belang dat je een situatie hebt dat die regering actief gaat participeren in het geheel. Die regering moet begrijpen wat haar rol is. En wanneer het gaat om ondersteunen van bedrijven om op een bepaald niveau te kunnen functioneren, om dan te kunnen participeren aan de mogelijkheden die er zijn, dan moet die regering inkomen. En niemand moet mij wijs komen maken dat er geen geld is.
Precies.
Want wanneer staatsolie op een gegeven ogenblik zegt, we geven, hoe heet die?
Obligaties.
Ja, je kan aandelen kopen. Plotseling zien we dat er geld wordt opgehaald en dan praten we over 400 miljoen US dollar. Van waar komt dat geld plotseling? Dus er is geld, Alleen moet die overheid een bepaald beleid gaan voeren. En je moet incentives geven aan de mensen die dat geld hebben. Bedrijven hebben geld. Geef ze incentive. Ik zeg maar, belastingkortingen, noem maar op. Doe iets, maak beleid dusdanig dat het aantrekkelijk wordt. Want at the end of the day hebben businessmannen één ding. Alles wat ik doe, wat is mijn voordeel? En wanneer je ze een voordeel kan geven, dan ga je zien dat ze gaan participeren. Los daarvan moeten banken in Suriname ook begrijpen dat ze met beide benen in die samenleving moeten staan wanneer het gaat om het stimuleren van die ontwikkeling. Want wanneer je ziet dat aan de ene kant de centrale bank zegt, je bankreserve kan je nu reduceren en er $100 miljoen extra er is om uit te zetten, dan moeten we het niet gewoon uitzetten omdat we het kunnen uitzetten. Maar laten we het uitzetten, gericht in dit specifieke geval op die oil en gas. Hoe kunnen we bedrijven sterker maken? Hoe kunnen we ze ready maken, weerbaar maken daarvoor? Anders heb je weer $100 miljoen en dan gaat het maar overal in gestapt worden, maar niet concreet. Dus ook het beleid van die centrale bank moet hierop gericht worden. Trouwens, artikel 23, 24 van de bankwet geeft aan dat die centrale bank een ontwikkelingsrol heeft in het geheel. Dus dat wilde ik gewoon.
Ik wil ook even aanstippen van zelf nu heb je de situatie van brain drain. Nog steeds heb je heel veel capabele mensen die het land verlaten. Regelmatig lezen we uit de media lage opleidingsniveau van het land, maar dat is een momentopname. Want we hebben functionerende onderwijsinstellingen, universiteiten. Dus mensen worden opgeleid. Maar gelet op de salariering, gelet op het feit dat met name jongeren toch nog steeds geen perspectief zien, zie je dat heel veel gediplomeerde mensen in een opleiding naar eilanden trekken, naar Europa trekken. Dus ergens moet je wel door middel van kapitaal of incentives een halt hier aan toe brengen. Alleen dan kan je land opbouwen.
Ja, ik wilde aanvullen op wat A.B. Jones zei, ook wat Orlando aangaf. Ik kan het alleen maar bevestigen. Wij draaien als consultancy nu het Search-programma in Suriname, SURM's Growth Enterprises. We hebben 4 cohorts gedraaid, 96 contracten getekend, die vertegenwoordigen 284 MSME's in Suriname. En je ziet daar al dat de rationale behind the program is solid. Als je in een land investeert in je MSME's as backbone of your economy, dan drijft de hele gemeenschap. Want jobs growth, sales growth, export growth. We zijn nu de eerste cijfers al aan het monitoren en je ziet de resultaten. De impact van het programma is daar. Het is een heel mooi voorbeeld hoe de overheid samen kan werken met de gemeenschap en met het bedrijfsleven. Het is geld dat geleend wordt door de Surinaamse overheid van de Wereldbank. En via het ministerie van Economische Zaken wordt het dus weggezet, via ons als consultancy weggezet, tegen voorwaarden natuurlijk, tegen monitoring en eligibility criteria, bij het Surinaamse bedrijfsleven. En dat is zo'n boost, zo'n impuls, wat Mila aangaf over certificering. Dat soort programma's beginnen bij die bedrijven te komen. Marketing, nieuwe machines die ze nodig hebben om te produceren. Dus wij hopen dat de huidige Surinaamse overheid nog meer van dit soort programma's gaat opzetten. Ja. Want het heeft echt impact. We zien het uit first hand, zien we de resultaten.
Ik ben het eens met Erwin. Weet je wel, dat we veel meer van dat soort programma's moeten hebben. Nou vind ik die instap van Search voor MKB'ers toch nog wel soms hoog. Dus maar we moeten natuurlijk wel gaan kijken naar de veel kleinere bedrijven. En die moeten ook toegang krijgen om zich te kunnen verbeteren. Weet je wel? Want ik denk dat iedereen dat wel wil, maar soms bereiken we ze niet. We zien het ook. Sorry Orlando, maar ik ga toch wel zeggen, we praten veel over local content, maar we praten niet met. Dat zie je nu ook. Mis ik ook local content in de zaal. Weet je, ik zie niet de ondernemers. Die zie ik niet. Wanneer gaan we met ze gaan praten? Wanneer gaan we ze zeggen wat ze moeten doen? Dus dat vind ik dan wel belangrijk. We moeten nu echt gaan beginnen, want eigenlijk praten we al 2 jaar.
Misschien daarop aansluitend om gewoon dat even in te brengen.
Ja.
Want ik hoor een aantal dingen natuurlijk die worden aangehaald. Er moet natuurlijk wetregelgeving zijn, maar er moeten ook voldoende programma's zijn om lokale bedrijven, klein, middelgroot te ondersteunen. Om inderdaad met die hele boom mee te kunnen gaan. Misschien deze vraag direct om mee te nemen, om daarop antwoord te geven. En ook aansluitend op wat u net aangaf. Wat in jullie opzicht zou, wanneer we praten over een local content framework, wat zou onze Surinaamse local content framework aan mechanismen en componenten moeten bezitten om effectief te kunnen zijn op al die punten die jullie hebben aangehaald?
Ik heb het in de inleiding al gezegd, er moet een soort overgangsregeling komen.
Overgangsregeling.
Dat denk ik. Ik vind dat je kan ze niet plotseling van A naar Z brengen. Weet je wel, dus dat gaat niet. Er moet een regeling komen zodat ze ook mee kunnen gaan doen.
Maar wat zou die regeling bijvoorbeeld moeten inhouden?
Misschien readiness, weet je wel, dat je weet van sowieso dat lokale, dat was in die zaal hiernaast was het ook al gezegd, dat lokale bedrijven, ook al voldoen ze niet aan alle voorwaarden, toch mee kunnen doen aan bepaalde, dat ze wel mee kunnen doen aan bepaalde projecten. Ook net als bijvoorbeeld Search of Blue, hoe heet dat ding van Staatsolie, dat zijn allemaal programma's. Daar zijn de eisen soms te hoog voor, vooral ook voor jonge ondernemers. En het gaat niet alleen om de olie, het gaat om alle sectoren.
Dus de instapeisen te hoog. Maar ja, ik hoor het graag van de anderen. Orlando.
Ik denk dat wat belangrijk is, alvorens je moet eerst weten waar je naartoe wil gaan.
Ja.
Om dan een plan te maken om er naartoe te gaan. You got to know first where you want to go before you can go there. In my opinion, what you have now in Suriname, the biggest problem is that we have an island mentality at this moment. Everybody is working on his own island, but we're talking about the same thing in different rooms. And every room has its own complaints, or yeah, that needs to happen, and so needs to happen. I think the first thing what we need in this country is to have what we call common ground. That when we talk about like local content, we already understand what we want, not what the outside, what the IOC, an international company, wants from local content, but what do we want from local content? How do we see it? And I think that one of the important things that was, because I'm still talking about the framework, things that are needed for the framework, is that most of the decision that we made it based upon what we think, not based upon what we know. Because if, for instance, I'm going to take a simple example. We say like, we want more companies in Suriname to be a part of local content. What is more? How much do we have right now? Is there a study? Yeah, wait a minute, I like it. Relax. Give me my chance. I'll give you your chance. We'll make it interesting. So the important thing, give down your fist. It's coming.
You're signaling.
No, it's signaling. I know. But my point in Suriname is that if we want a framework for the country, we got to know first where do we want to go. Where do we want to be within 1 year or 2 years? And then the second thing is that we need to start gathering information because we are flying the plane without instruction, without data. That's my point.
Ja, ik zie meneer Jones er echt even op ingaan. Maar nou ga je gang.
And then I want to talk about what we need to do.
Let me put it like this.
Just putting the discussion there.
You can't, right about now, we are not in the luxury position to say we need to do this first. We hebben die luxe niet. We moeten en doen.
Precies.
We moeten simultaan te werk gaan nu op dit ogenblik. Wanneer we weten dat we een capaciteitstekort hebben, wanneer we dat weten, dan moeten we daaraan gaan werken. En je kan 2 manieren eraan werken. Je kan zeggen, scholen, instanties of scholen gaan mensen opleiden, instituten gaan mensen opleiden tot dat. Maar je zou ook iets anders kunnen doen. Je zou ook kunnen zeggen, en dat is wat ik deed toen ik zaakgelastigde was in Nederland op de ambassade. Wat ik deed, alle bedrijven die naar Suriname, die geïnteresseerd waren in Suriname, bracht ik ze in contact met een soortgelijk bedrijf in Suriname, waardoor je een joint venture krijgt. Wanneer een bedrijf vanuit Zimbabwe naar Suriname wil komen om X te doen, omdat ze al ervaring hebben in de oil- en gas-industrie, dan komen ze naar Suriname. Dan moet de regering wel een beleid hebben om te zeggen van, oké, je komt. Als je een joint venture aangaat met een Surinaamse bedrijf, dan krijg je een stimulant. Dan krijgt zo'n organisatie, zeg maar, ik noem maar wat hoor, belastingkorting. I don't know, do something. Maar wat je dan creëert, je creëert dan meteen een bedrijf met ervaring met de nodige certificering die binnenkomt, die meteen voldoet aan de eisen, omdat je dan een joint venture bent aangegaan. En along the way heb je Surinaamse, want het blijft een Surinaamse entiteit, met een joint venture met een Surinaamse ondernemer, waardoor je die kennisoverdracht langzaam maar zeker krijgt. We hebben niet meer die luxe om te wachten totdat we daar zijn. We moeten nu een beleid uitzetten waarbij we alles meteen mee kunnen gaan met het geheel. Doen we dat niet, gaan we een situatie krijgen waarbij dit land, en vooral wanneer je geen duidelijke immigratie- en bevolkingspolitiek hebt, ga je een situatie krijgen dat Paramaribo straks alleen voor de elite buitenlanders zullen zijn. Wij zullen verdreven worden van ons habitat, zonder dat we het doorhebben. Omdat we niet meer naar een restaurant zouden kunnen gaan en een portie voor 10, wat kost een portie? 300 SAD? $10. Gaan we niet meer kunnen kopen, want het gaat straks $50 kosten. Want die buitenlander, voor hem is het niets.
Maar ik heb toch een vraag.
Dus wat ik daarmee wil aangeven, er zijn modellen.
Wat zouden we nu direct moeten doen om daar te komen? Want kijk, er is gezegd, we praten soms veel. En we praten veel, ik praat veel. Maar wat zijn de eerste 3 stappen? Sorry hoor, ik neem niet over mij. Maar wat zijn de eerste 3 stappen die we moeten ondernemen om te zeggen, hier moeten we beginnen?
De overheid, de private sector, de Nationale Assemblée, Energy Chamber, noem maar op. Je moet bij elkaar komen en je moet één platform creëren van waaruit we gaan nadenken over het beleid. Dat is één. Terwijl je dat doet, moet je wel, het concept van joint venture is niet, ik bedoel, het is overal.
Maar terwijl je kan natuurlijk ook zeggen, er moet ergens, moeten er middelen zijn waar je als ondernemer, dus niet alleen grote bedrijven, als ondernemer gewoon aanspraak op kan maken. Dat je zelf kan bepalen hoe je wil gaan voorbereiden. Dat je, kijk, je had het over Nederland, dus daar ben ik blij, want dan mag ik ook iets over Nederland zeggen. In Nederland hebben ze een potje voor mensen die willen gaan exporteren. En dan kan je er gebruik van maken. En zo zou er ook iets moeten zijn waar je als ondernemer gebruik van kan maken. Dat je niet in een searchprogramma, maar ik wil weten hoe ik mijn bedrijf wil. En dan moet ik misschien met een belastingkorting.
Kan.
Maar er zou een mogelijkheid voor een incentive moeten zijn voor iedereen die dat wil doen op zijn niveau.
En dat is het beleid wanneer ik zeg als centrale bank een bepaalde maatregel treft waarbij je $100 miljoen vrijkomt, moet er ook een regel zijn binnen welke sector we het gaan investeren. En als het
alle sectoren.
Nee, ik bedoel, als je je ready wil maken voor de oil- en gas sector, op welk niveau dan ook, dan moet je die ruimte hebben. Zet dat geld bij, I don't know.
Ja.
Maar niet in een speciaal... Nee, Orlando.
Maar waar starten we? Wat is het eerste, even, ik wil vragen. We praten over dingen die we eigenlijk in principe al weten, toch? Maar mijn punt is één ding, concreet. Waar starten we? Hij heeft aangegeven, bijvoorbeeld, ik ga gewoon een voorbeeld nemen. Onze DNA-lid heeft aangegeven dat wij publieke sector, private sector, etc., dat we bij elkaar moeten komen. We praten al 5 jaar daarover, hè? Om eerlijk te zijn. Het neemt ons 1 minuut om samen te komen, het neemt ons 1 besluit. Ik wil bijna vragen aan u, en ik weet dat deze DNA-voorzitter eigenlijk ook dit een beetje mogelijk heeft gemaakt, heeft zich heel voor ingezet. Kunnen we niet na deze hele conferentie zeggen dat we dan een stap zetten. Het eerste wat we nodig hebben om common ground te hebben, is dat we zeggen dat we binnen een week of 2 bij elkaar komen. Een beetje wat men heeft gedaan in Guyana, want in Guyana is men echt gewoon bij elkaar gekomen en ze hebben afspraken gemaakt. Zouden we dat niet kunnen doen binnen 2 weken?
Ik vind dat moet kunnen.
Ja, ik zie dat ook van die kant uit.
Ja, ik wil alleen maar toevoegen. Nee, die vraag gaat meneer Jones zeker beantwoorden. Ik wil alleen maar meegeven, en ik ben eens van laat dat fonds daar komen. Ik heb begrepen dat African Bank had toegezegd voor local content development, ik weet niet, bijna 5 miljard US-dollar, waarvan 1,5 miljard voor local content. En daadwerkelijk, als je een 100 miljoen US-dollar zou reserveren, wat Mila zegt, je kan daadwerkelijk voor alle Surinaamse bedrijven dan dat iets betekenen en faciliteren. Laat me een belangrijke lessons learned vanuit ons meegeven. Wij hadden een fonds vanuit de Wereldbank gehad van 8,5 miljoen US-dollar, of 8,2 miljoen US-dollar. Dat is dus weggezet bij die 284 MSME's, Surinaamse bedrijven. En wat bleek? Het is niet alleen over het geld. Een van de most biggest lessons learned of the program is mentorship of the companies. Ze hebben begeleiding nodig. Zonder begeleiding komen ze er niet.
Uw buurman kan daarin een belangrijke rol vervullen.
Kan ik ook even hierop inspelen, alsjeblieft? 1 seconde wil ik erop inspelen. Kijk, een van de vragen die ik gesteld heb tijdens de presentatie van African Bank is who will finance the gap, the capacity gap, want dat is wat het is. Die kleine bedrijven hebben een capacity gap en somebody needs to pay for it.
Correct.
Commerciële bedrijven gaan niet betalen bij wijze van praten. En ik ga een simpel voorbeeld nemen. We zijn blij, Total Energy heeft een IBS-studie gedaan. Een industrial baseline studie hebben zij gedaan. Maar uiteindelijk is die informatie daar, die zij nodig hebben, ze hebben erin geïnvesteerd, omdat ze nodig hebben dat hun bedrijf vooruit gaat. Wie gaat die gap die de jonge bedrijven hebben, wie gaat dat financieren? En daarom zeg ik, als je 5 miljard op tafel legt, en ik ben eens met Mila en ik ben eens met wat daar gezegd wordt. Als je 5 miljard op tafel legt, dat we kunnen tappen in die 5 miljard. Zeg dan 10% van die 5 miljard is hoeveel? 50 miljoen? Is speciaal bedoeld om capaciteit.
500 miljoen.
Hoeveel?
500 miljoen.
500 miljoen, nog mooier weer. Dus 500 miljoen, laten we zeggen 5%. Dat gaat een beetje te veel zijn. Of 4%, dat je 3% ervan neemt. Om die capaciteit die nodig is, dat die jonge ondernemers gebruik van kunnen maken van je middelen. Dat ook een beetje afgedwongen moet worden. Dat is wat I'm saying.
In die hele uw bedrijfssector heeft altijd uitdagingen. In dat hele proces ben ik erachter gekomen dat de Nationale Ontwikkelingsbank leningen versterkt trekt voor capaciteitsopbouw. Dus we doen soms alsof we die dingen niet hebben. We hebben die dingen.
Maar
het gaat gewoon
lenen kost geld, toch?
Nee, natuurlijk. Maar het gaat gewoon erom, laten we het financieren, laten we meer geld zetten en laten we het verder gaan structureren. Want dit zijn die.
Dus tegelijkertijd...
Even meneer
lenen kost geld. En ik denk dat je kleine ondernemers daar niet mee moet opzadelen. Voor de voorbereiding, om daarvoor geld te gaan lenen.
Natuurlijk moeten ze geld lenen. Als je een onderneming draait en als je weet dat je capaciteitsdingen moet, dan is dat onderdeel van jouw businessplan. Dus moet je gaan betalen.
Misschien even om een andere wending te geven aan de informatie die Ebo net gaf.
Kijk.
En NOB van Suriname heeft naast fonds technische bijstand, kan er ook een mogelijkheid zijn voor technical assistance. Het klinkt als elkaar hoor. Die technical assistance moet nog wel uitgeschreven worden en dat kan inderdaad een powerful tool worden om die mentorship mogelijk te maken. Er zijn wat projecten bij NOB in de pijplijn, maar Nationale Ontwikkelingsbank is wel het vehikel waarin geld gestopt kan worden, studiefinanciering loopt daar, agrarische financiering, niet Nova, die zit bij Trustbank. Vervolgens weten we dat bedrijven toch wel een helpende hand nodig hebben. Ruben noemt dat terecht mentorship. Want uiteindelijk moet je het wel goed uitrollen. Anders kan het een schuld worden voor een bedrijf. En daardoor kan je over de kop gaan. Maar het is niet iets ingewikkelds. We doen het al een beetje als land. We weten ook een beetje hoe dat loopt. En waarschijnlijk is die kennis ook deels aanwezig bij NOB, ASFA en nog meer. En nu is het moment om te executen.
Precies.
Ja. Nou, dames en heren, wij zijn al flink over tijd. Ik weet dat we aan tijd zijn. Het is nu al 4 uur geweest. En deze discussie is natuurlijk gaan we niet hierbij laten. Het is een heel interessante discussie geweest. En ik denk dat we heel belangrijke punten hieruit kunnen halen. Maar zeker ook dingen die al zijn gezegd vanochtend door de assembleevoorzitter, waar Orlando naar heeft verwezen. Ik denk dat het tijd wordt dat we die common ground waarover we praten, dat we nu eens niet meer moeten praten, maar ook gewoon doen. Ja. Ik wil dan het woord geven aan Orlando om af te sluiten, want hij als president van de Suriname Energy Chamber heeft natuurlijk de eer om dit geheel af te sluiten. Orlando, alsjeblieft.
Dank je wel.
Ik ga toch de panelleden, jullie mogen blijven zitten hoor, maar ga jullie ook op jullie plek bedanken alvast voor het aanwezig zijn. I want to thank everybody. I don't see any English speaking guests anymore. Oh, I see 1 or 2. So I will start by thanking you. This has been a long day. We tried to end the conference at 4 o'clock. And it's around 4 o'clock. The reason why we did this conference, started to think about doing such a conference, was to find the common ground. And I must say that the basis has been laid because the government was present. The parliament stayed with us until the last moment. We want to ask you to give him a round of applause also. To give the government also with a round of applause. There are one of the things that the head of the parliament said. He says, my team will be here. And there are people from the legal team from the parliament that were from the beginning to the end. Am I right? Okay, could you please stand up for a second also? Okay, 1. Okay. So there is a buy-in both from government and also from the parliament, but I must say also from the private sector, which is very important. Stephen Debi Prasad, Refin, Mila Bahadur Singh, and all the other leaders in the private sector industry, just by being present and discussing what needs to happen, shows that there is a buy-in for all these groups to start moving into a new direction. I also want to thank the unions, the union that was present, and the civil society, and all other distinguished guests. Today, as the Vice President himself said, it's a moment, but it will not stop here. It's a moment where we started to say things that we already know. Most of the things that we said, we already know. But what will be the difference? Because that's the question. Is this a conference as any other conference? It's not. Because after this conference, the real work will start. And the real work means that we put ourselves under pressure, that at least within 3 to 4 months, we want to have 3 definite results. One of them, what we want to work with within the coming months, is to make sure, the first one is what we've talked about, is that to make sure that all subsectors within that has to do with local content, that we come together. That is the parliament. I already have an answer from the parliament. Already committed. The government has committed. the private sector has committed. So we create that common ground, coming together, creating a common ground to do what? To do at least three things. To make sure that we have a common definition when it comes to local content development. And we had a nice discussion about the definition of local content development, and a lot of that came out. But it's not going to just be speaking. Within 3 to 4 months, we need to have this definition of what local content means for us. We'll keep it short, but we also keep it simple, but it has to be there. The second thing, what's very important, is a roadmap that is important for us to know how we will deal with local content. If we need policy, what kind of policy? If we need laws, what kind of laws do we need? If we need more capacity building, what will that capacity building be? Because when we're talking about local content, it's a very broad term, but we need to have a framework so that we know where we come from point A to point B. That's very important. And third, but last but not least, is that we understand as a country, as Suriname, the people outside of Suriname, our colleagues that came from the outside, and I want to ask you to give those, before I forget, those who came from different parts of the world, Zimbabwe, Nigeria, America, the Netherlands, etc. I hope that I did not forget a country, but all the countries in the world, I want to ask you, give them also a round of applause. Most of all is important for us to know. We're in a moving train. And there are things that we need to do as soon as possible to make sure that we don't miss out on the opportunities. And after this, we're going to sit with the Minister of Oil and Gas and also the other minister to make sure that within a 3 months' time or 4 months' time, we have to make sure that we have those points, those low-hanging fruits, like Mila said, like Mr. A.B. Jones said, and the other panelists said, that we identify those low-hanging fruits and we start implementing, putting the measures in place to start reaping those low-hanging fruits that are available. I want to thank each and everybody that took the time to be here. Normally they say, when you eat, they say black men eat, black men sleep, but I didn't see anybody going down and nobody fishing. So that means that there was at least still some excitement at the end. I want to thank the team that has worked tirelessly, or you could say day and night. They cannot go to sleep yet because we still have tomorrow. But I want to thank the team that really put everything, put all their efforts so that we could have a successful conference today. I don't know if I forgot anything, but I want to ask you at the end to give yourself a round of applause, and we will end with that. 1 second. Of course.
E-mailadres of iets. Dank je wel. Ik zeg, ik ben blij met de opportunities, want ik heb ze gezien als voor mijn organisatie. Maar misschien is er iemand hier met een idee. Misschien kunnen jullie zeggen waar we onze ideeën kunnen neerzetten of bij jullie. Zodat jullie misschien een nog bredere view kunnen krijgen. Want ik zit met een idee, misschien iemand anders ook. En dat zou prettig zijn. Maar ik wil jullie bedanken. Ik ben niet zomaar hier gekomen. Ik heb een heleboel ideeën gekregen voor mijn drop-outs.
Zo, laten we er een applaus geven. Wel, ja, zo.
En bedankt.
Yes. Wil je ook wat zeggen? Oh ja, oké, dat wil ik zo mooi zeggen. We hebben, her question was that we have more ideas. And we don't want to let it end here. How can we share our ideas? one of the things that, of course, everybody will get the email with information about this day, and you'll be able also to interact with us firstly through email. But the second thing that we are setting up is a platform with an app, and everybody will get that information, so you can connect with each other through an app. What we're trying to do is to facilitate action, to facilitate communication, also to facilitate gathering more data that's important for us to make important decisions. So yes, this is not the end. We will be able to communicate through email, but we're also setting up an app. I think you were at the session where we talked about the app that we're setting up for us to communicate, so that will definitely happen. If there is nobody else who wants to say anything, then I just want to thank you and wish you a good day. For you who are going home, I wish you well, come home safely. And for you who have anything to do, I wish you to be safe. Thank you very much. And give yourself a last round of applause. Panelists, thank you very much.